And I'm going to go ahead and open the special Saugus City Council meeting at this time. Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well and staying dry out there. So we're going to go ahead and do roll call, please. City Clerk
Mayor Davila,
present.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Rios, City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Can you go ahead and read the compensation, please?
We're going to go on to item number 1.
Is that correct? We don't read it anymore? No, we don't need to read it. Okay. All right. So we'll move on to item number 1.
The City Council will issue certificates of appreciation to the City Southgate Police Department's Citizen Academy.
Okay. So, Chief, do you want to do this?
Sure. I wanted to, first of all, good evening. I have a group of citizens of Southgate here that successfully graduated from our Citizens Academy. And just to reiterate what the point of a Citizens Academy, and that is to take a 6-week course and try to cram in some of the curriculum that we would present at a police academy, teaching them aspects about disaster preparedness, jail operations, canine patrol operations. It really does put a different perspective in our community members so they understand what it is to live through the eyes of a police officer, because it is a lot different than perhaps what they may see and hear. But to actually be in the presence of some subject matter experts, all Southgate police officers from different ranks, it's just a wonderful experience that we're able to bring to the city, and congratulations to this wonderful group. I believe we have 10 residents here. I want to thank them for being civically engaged and trusting the Southgate Police Department. One of the biggest things that I always emphasize is the relationship that we've had with the community for many, many years. And this is just an extension of that partnership that we have. And I had mentioned before when I spoke to you a few weeks ago is that crime is it's not a problem exclusive to law enforcement. It really is an issue for all the residents. So we need you to get involved. We need you to be a good partner, provide the evidence and whatnot. And that's how we make a stronger, safer Southgate. But again, congratulations to all of you who participated. We do have applications where I'm hiring, and I'd be more than happy. Ms. Lovato, I'll be more than happy to hire you. Come in there if you are willing to go out on patrol with some of these guys. But I want to thank Lieutenant Amador, who oversaw the program. He's back there, and he's here to see them get presented. And I do want to thank all the staff members of Southgate PD who have taken the time to come out and educate them as well. Our narcotics division, our detectives. Gina Vargas gave a session on internet crimes against children, just a little bit of everything. But again, thank you for your participation, and we want to recognize you. The mayor would like to present some certificates.
Yes, thank you, Chief. And just a little history about the Citizens Academy. I took the class I think about 24 years ago. That was a while back. So I'm sure it's a little bit different from back then to now. But it was a class that really teaches you the insides of what the police department does, and it shows you how difficult it is for any officer that is out there and in the field, that they put their lives on the line. So, and I just want to thank you, Chief, and to the instructors, Lieutenant Roman Amador, for continue doing this program. And I think we've been doing it for a very long time. I don't think we have ever stopped. The only time that we stopped doing it, it was during COVID. And but I think this is a great program for our community to take advantage of and to learn more what policing is. There's not just the police department, catching up crooks, or like my granddaughter said, bandits, but but I think it works great together with the community. So congratulations to all the participants. I think you guys went through in a very important um, exercise of what a police officer is. So thank you. So with that, I'm going to go down there. If I can have the rest of the council come down, we're going to pass out.
Is she gonna read the names? Oh.
Um, I'm going to read the first certificate. A certificate appreciation presented by the Southgate City Council on behalf of the citizens of Southgate to, the first one is Mary Ann Lovato, and it's in recognition of your graduation for the Southgate Police Department Citizens Academy. A strong police department must have the support of the community. Your importance appreciated through your attendance and effort that has made the program a success. Come on in, come on in. Right over here. Carlos Moran. Okay. Melissa Blanco. Julie Gomez. Thank you. Jessica Mejia. Roxana Guzman Serpes. Luz Ledon. Brianna Herrera. And Karen Crispy. Andrew wasn't, okay. So we'll give you the certificate so you can take it to them. Okay.
Alex, get closer to Josh, a little bit, and then Jerry, you need to get behind your feet. There? Yeah. Oh, there's your feet. There you go. Size up, perfect.
Raul is good at this.
Thank you.
Congratulations. They're working.
We rule the world.
There you go. Lieutenant Amador, would you like to say something, please?
So I just wanted to say a couple things about our group here. So like the chief said, they did 12 hours here with the police department. It was 6 2-hour sessions. Wednesday nights, they were coming in at 6 o'clock after work. I'm sure they were tired, had other things to do, but they spent that time with us. And then the very last thing we did is we spent a 3-hour day at Rio Hondo College, and we put them through a firearms training simulator where they got to see some hands-on experience with use of force, deadly force, the decisions that we make on a daily basis. And I think they all enjoyed that. They had fun. And Mary Ann just made a point right now. All these ladies made it to every single class, didn't miss one class. One of them, I think, missed one because she had some car problems, if I remember correctly. But other than that, they were here for every single class. So thank you for putting the time and effort and making sure that you got as much as you could out of this thing. And we really appreciate you guys spending the time with us. And when we have something else, please come back with us and we'll try it again, And just so the council knows, at the latter part of the year, we'll be having another academy. It's going to be conducted in Spanish for our Spanish-speaking citizens. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Does any of the participants would like to say something?
Does anybody
Does
want
anyone would like to say something? No? Go ahead, please come up.
Up to the mic.
you can line up. You can, yeah.
Yes, right here.
I just want to say thank you to everyone, especially Lieutenant
Can you
Amador.
please
No.
talk in the
I
mic?
just want to say thank you to everybody, especially Lieutenant Amador, for his time and dedication. I've been with Southgate for 42 years, and it gives me a better perspective of what you guys do. I have family in law enforcement as well, but this is good for my community, and I just want to say thank you. And nice to meet you all.
Thank you. Nice meeting you too. All right. Anyone else? Okay.
Don't be shy. There they come. There they come.
Oh, we do? Okay. Yes.
Gosh, I kind of get emotional. I waited like 2 years for this class.
Mm.
I really care about the community a lot.
Yes, you
Oh,
do.
sorry. Tears of happiness. Lieutenant Amador just told very awesome. He is just and Chief and Captain Amador. Arana. But the class was very important to me as being a citizen, a resident of the city of Southgate. It gave me a really bird's eye perspective of each department, how each department works hand in hand with each other, how they all depend on each other, critical training that's required within the departments, their challenges and obstacles that they have to endure on a daily basis. So it just really gave me a wonderful perspective and how I can contribute to, how I can contribute to the community and overall how I can help an officer help me within a situation, and now how I can be proactive to help my neighbors and my, my community. So it was very beneficial. Very beneficial. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank
Sorry,
you.
I'm happy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Finally, after 2 years. Go ahead.
Well, just to echo what, the two ladies said, I'm so thankful for the Citizens Academy. It's my first time going through it, but as they've mentioned, it was very beneficial, very informative. And as someone who is the neighborhood watch person of my area, it was enlightening to see why sometimes cops can't get there in the time frame that we expect them to. So seeing, an overall, having like a hybrid view of, exactly what goes on helps me help my community, to understand those that couldn't attend the Citizens Academy, because I'm the one that gets the calls. Julie, this and this is going on. Julie, can you call the cops for me? So I'll do that for them. But now I could tell them, look, be patient. Just because it's your emergency doesn't mean it's everybody else's emergency. There's other things, going on, and just the different aspects that our police officers take care of, not just emergencies. And what goes on behind the scenes, the dispatchers, the staff, just everybody, it really takes a village to take care of a city. So it was very, again, enlightening for me and, very informative, something that I am going to take back to my community to, where I reside, and also encourage, the ladies that did attend to become neighborhood watch representatives so that they could take back this information and encourage the community to take advantage of these classes that, are offered for free for our better understanding to make the quality of life a little better for us. So thank you all.
Thank you. Wonderful. Well, wonderful, and congratulations to all of you again. Okay, are we ready to move on? Okay, so we'll move on to closed session. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
In the middle. Number 1.
Conference with legal counsel pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, 54954.9B3C. A. Eric Arteaga versus City of Southgate et al. B. Berta Quintero versus City of Southgate et al. C. Dulce Vargas versus City of Southgate et al. And D. Leticia Delgado versus City of Southgate. Item number 2, consider the evaluation of performance of a public employee pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 and 54957.6. A. City Manager.
Okay, City Attorney, do we have anything further?
Nothing this time, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open it to the audience. Being none, do we have any emails on these items?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, then we're going to close session.
I'll be right
Brief announcement for the Spanish translation. Si hay personas que necesitan traducción en español, tenemos audífonos acá enfrente y atrás también. Si alguien necesita algún audífono para la traducción en español. No? Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, we are back from closed session. City Attorney?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. The city council met in closed session on item number 1, conference with legal counsel involving pending litigation. There are 4 cases listed on the agenda. That portion of the agenda was not discussed in closed session. Item number 2, the evaluation performance of public employee. There was a guidance given by the city council during that discussion, but there was no reportable action taken. That completes my report of this closed session. Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you,
Mayor.
City Attorney. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience would like to speak on closed session items?
All right, Mr. Salinas, I'm not happy with this response here. So what are these cases about here? I mean, you're just leaving us in the dark here, and you're not even giving us a summary as to what these cases are about. So that's my question.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Do we have any emails?
We have no emails, ma'am.
Okay, well, then we close the audience and the emails. So with that, can I get a motion to adjourn, please? Oh, City Attorney, are you going to respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just briefly, because these items were not discussed in closed session, the case involving Eric Arteaga is an employment case that a former employee has brought against the city of Southgate. The case of Bertha Quintero is a claim of personal injuries arising from a faulty or allegedly faulty sidewalk near Hunt Avenue. The case of Dulce Vargas is also a premises liability arising from a sidewalk on the west side of St. James Avenue. And finally, the case of Leticia Delgado is also a premises liability case arising near the block of 8600 Madison Avenue in Southgate. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. So with that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So, second?
Got a motion and a second?
Sorry, who was the first?
Al, second by
Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor Barron. We are adjourned on this meeting. Are we ready for the next meeting?
We're ready, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open the meeting, the Southgate City Council regular meeting agenda of March 11th. At this time, if we can do invocation, and Steve, can you do, do we have
Abby Scott?
please come on. Thank you, Pastor.
I'm happy to be here. Good evening, Mayor and Council and fellow citizens of Southgate. And on behalf of Community of Faith Bible Church, I bring you greetings. And also, quickly, on behalf of those who work and live in Hollydale, we are so thankful for the beautifully renovated new park on Industrial Avenue. Let's pray. Father, once again, you've allowed our nation to experience a peaceful transfer of power. For that, we give you thanks. Too often around the world and in history, regime changes come about through war and much death. For us, these transitions simply bring a measure of instability. This change, however, is proving to be uniquely destabilizing. And so we pray that on a national and local levels, that you raise up voices who speak peace. You promise, blessed are the peacemakers, and we need them. So please raise them up, both here in our city and in Washington, D.C., there's a particular burden that I bring to you today, Father, on behalf of our city. In your word in Romans 13, you teach us that you are the one who authorized governments, and you did so to protect its citizens. You further state in your word in Acts that you determine the times and boundaries for every nation. So according to your will, we ask that you help this local and help our national government to discern the best ways to protect our citizens from those who are striving to enter our nation illegally and to do evil and to harm us. However, Father, this is not all that you have said about government and how they're to use the authority that you have entrusted to them. You command them not to use the authorities so that those who seek to do good live in fear. You've commanded that, and there are too many children, too many mothers, too many fathers and people in our city and in our country who are terrified right now, who simply are striving to do good. We have a long history of struggles to establish just and equitable immigration laws. So guard us in this critical moment from making sweeping, broad stroke judgments that falsely vilify innocent, hardworking people. Help us instead to find a path forward to protect our nation against those who would harm us, and at the same time, welcome those who come to serve our city and nation, not just the rich and well-to-do, but to all those who love our way of life, who love families, who work hard, and are willing to commit themselves to helping our nation prosper. This is a critical hour for our nation and city. So I pray, Father, that you help us. Please intervene both nationally and in our city and bring about legislation, establish legislation on fairness and on equity, while at the same time we protect our citizens and nation. And we ask this in the name of your Son, Jesus, who is the Savior of all people. Amen.
Amen.
God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor. City Treasurer, can you do us the honor?
Sure, please face the flag, right hand over your heart, ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Roll call, please.
Mayor Davila,
Present.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Present.
Councilmember Avalos,
Present.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Present.
Councilmember Rios,
Present.
City Treasurer De La Paz,
Present.
City Manager Houston,
Present.
City Attorney Salinas.
Present.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll move on to item number one, public hearing.
Following the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will consider A, adopting a resolution approving substantial amendment number 7 to the fiscal year 2019-2020 annual action plan, substantial amendment number 2 to the fiscal year 2020-2021 annual action plan, substantial amendment number 4 to the fiscal year 2022-23 annual action plan, substantial amendment number 1 to the fiscal year 23-24 annual action plan, and substantial amendment number 1 to fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan. Programming Community Development Block Grant CDBG funds to the Street Environment Project and Southgate Park Improvement Attachment A. Item B, authorizing the city manager or the community development director to initiate appropriate action necessary to implement projects and programs as noted in the fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you. Madam Mayor,
Yes.
this item contains, in all of that stuff, one item that prevents me from participating, specifically work on Miller Way, and that's too close to my property, so I have to recuse myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that Councilman Hurtado is recusing himself.
And that he is leaving
And he's
the
leaving
chambers,
the chambers.
and that he has left.
And close the door.
And the
Thank
doors
you.
are shut.
Go ahead, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have our housing manager, Carol Averill, to share with us the report.
Sure. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We're bringing to you a substantial amendment to 5 different annual action plans to reprogram $1.7 million in CDBG money and also to meet timeliness requirements. So one of the proposed projects that we have based on these annual action plans is a construction-ready street improvement project located in eligible CDBG census tracts. I will go in more detail in the next slides. The Consolidated Commercial Facade and Business Sign Program Fund into a one commercial facade program, and also reprogram CDBG funds to various park improvement projects. Next, thank you. The proposed substantial amendment was presented to the Citizens Advisory Committee on February 19th and February 26th, 2025. The Citizens Advisory Committee made their recommendations that you can see on these charts. And so we have funding available from the fiscal year 2019 all the way through the fiscal year 24-25. And so as you can see, we have some funding that is available under commercial facade or the business sign program, and there are smaller amounts. And so by doing this reprogramming, we will be able to also close out these fiscal years. In addition, as we are showing here, when we are consolidated the commercial facade program and the business sign program, we are leaving about $400,000 for the new or improved commercial facade program. Next, you can skip that one too. I'm going to go in more detail in regards to the different projects that we are funding. So for the commercial facade improvement program, this program provides grants for the exterior rehabilitation of street-facing businesses that are located in public right-of-ways. So we can do improvements like new pane, windows, and code-compliant business signs, and there are other upgrades that can be done. We are planning to do that in certain cities, business corridors like Tweedy, Long Beach, and Firestone. Also, from fiscal year 2019 to fiscal year 2024, the program assisted about 4 businesses with a total expenditure of $206,747. Next. For the street improvement project, we are planning to fund this project in the amount of $752,540. So this project will be doing construction and street improvements within CDBG eligible census tract areas. Luis Ozuna, the deputy city engineer, is here in case that anybody has any questions. But what we're going to do is we are going to improve the streets on Industrial Avenue from Main Street to Century Boulevard, on Frontage Road from Southern Avenue to Miller Way, on Pinehurst Avenue from Tweedy Boulevard to Southern Avenue, and on Hildreth Avenue from Southern Avenue to Tweedy Boulevard. So for the Parks and Recreation improvements, the Citizens Advisory Committee recommended to allocate $1,039,254. And the improvements that are scheduled are the ball field shade structure. We are going to allocate $600,000 for this project to design and construct the shade structures over the dugouts on the spectator areas at 6 ball fields, which are ball field 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, and 10. The estimated project completion is April 30th, 2026. And also Steve Cosley is here in case anybody has any questions. The other project that we are doing is we are allocating $80,000 for the aquatics scoreboard, for the purchase and installation of the scoreboard, and the project completion is estimated for June 30, 2025. 55,000 is also proposed for the purchase and installation of a gym divider for the Southgate Parks Sports Complex, and the project completion is estimated for October 30, 2025. Next. Okay, thank you. $120,000 is proposed for the design and construction of a new playground that will replace a 30-year-old playground that is located at Gardendale Park, and the completion is estimated for November 30, 2025. Next project is $120,000, proposed to design and replace a 50-plus-year-old recreation building roof throughout Southgate Park, and the completion is estimated for May 30, 2026. There is a $64,254 that is proposed for the design and renovation of the counters and cabinets within the Girls Clubhouse that is located also at the Southgate Park, and the project completion is estimated for May 30, 2026. So the recommended actions are to adopt a resolution approving substantial amendment number 7 for fiscal year 2019-2020 annual action plan, substantial amendment number 2 to the fiscal year 2020-2021 annual action plan, the substantial amendment number 4 to the fiscal year 2022-2023 annual action plan, substantial amendment number 1 to the fiscal year 2023-24 annual action plan, and substantial amendment number 1 to fiscal year 2024-25 annual action plan, and programming funds, CDBG funds to the street improvement project and various parks improvements. And also authorize the city manager or the community development director to initiate appropriate actions necessary to implement the projects. And that concludes my presentation. If anybody has any questions, I'll be happy
Thank you. Does council have any questions for Carol? Let's open it first. Okay, great. Thank you, Carol. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to open it to the audience. Anyone in the audience would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
All righty, council members, I'm here to instruct the council members to vote and approve the allocations and disbursements by the commissioners on the Citizens Advisory Committee. Council members, when you invest in your Department of Parks and Recreation, you're investing in people. You're investing in the lives of the residents that live in this city. And let me remind the council members that not only do the residents of Southgate make use of our parks, but we're talking about residents from other cities that come to our parks and make use of them. And I hope you like what you see in the lineup of projects that the commissioners made allocations towards funding, because get used to what you're seeing here, because this is the trajectory that you'll be seeing our commissioners going in. I'm going to be in future years pushing them to dump as much money as they can into our Department of Parks and Recreation. They get our Department of Parks and Recreation gets just the smallest pieces of pie when it comes to the budget. You have a police department, they get the biggest piece, and followed by Public Works, they get the next biggest piece. But as much money as the council gives to our Department of Parks and Recreation, the need is so great that it's simply not enough. And the other thing what was the other thing I wanted to hit on? Doggone it. Geez. I can't remember what the other thing was. But oh yes, you can't. This is the best use of CDBG funds. I can't think of anything that would supersede our Department of Parks and Recreation. If you were to put there's nothing that you can put in front of me that towers over our Department of Parks and Recreation. It's always going to supersede anything else you can put in front of me. So I'm instructing the council members to vote yes on these allocations. And I got to hand it to our commissioners. They're not dummies. They get it. They see the value in our Department of Parks and Recreation. And Vice Mayor, you of all people know the direct and immediate impact that our Department of Parks and Recreation, our parks, has on the lives of the residents that live here. If anything, you should be championing and supporting these allocations by our commissioners. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anyone else?
All right, good evening. My name is Gabriel Gell. I wrote mine down just because I want to make sure I got my point across, but I've been a proud resident of Southgate for 36 years now. I'm proud to see the improvements that have taken place over time. It's the city used to be filled with industrial sites and warehouses, which over time been reduced and developed into positive outcomes for our community, such as shopping centers, affordable housing, and now new college campus.
Are you talking about this item, this public hearing regarding the CDBG funding?
Oh, I thought it was just like an open.
No,
open-
no, not yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
yet.
Okay. Should I just finish or come back?
This is a CDBG funding.
Okay.
Okay.
Should I finish or come back?
No, it come back when
okay.
when it's open to non-agenda items. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else on this item? Okay, I'll close the audience section. Do we have any emails?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'm bringing it back to council.
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Carol, so I see that we are allocating 120,000 for our roofs at the parks. My understanding is that we've allocated monies for the auditorium. Which roofs are we going to be replacing? Either Carol or Steve?
These are the Parks and Recreation buildings that are maintained that are currently occupied by most of our scouting organizations. Yeah,
So it's for the Boy Scouts huts?
the recreation huts that are used by the Boy Scouts, yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure because I was not clear on that when I read the item.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other council
you,
member? Go ahead, Council Member Rios.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Carol, for the presentation, and those of you out in the audience, thank you for, being here tonight and doing your civic duty by participating tonight. We welcome you here. Carol, so you said substantial amendment. Does that mean because those other years, those 20 and 21, we didn't spend the HUD money? Is that what, or why are we referencing those years?
We did spend the money. There is just balances that we have on some activities that we can reprogram through a substantial amendment.
Perfect. And and the Community Advisory Council has a citizens
Advisory
community. They approved these recommendations. That's correct, right? And we
Yes.
appointed some of those commissions, so that's a good thing. And it's a good investment, I think. But I also know that this is HUD money, and this is for underserved communities and so forth. This is kind of the biggest pot we get for that. And I know, Steve, that if we could find it, like there's some savings. I know that we've been hearing here from that young people came here and said, we need more activities. I know we have a lot of activities, but I think we need a little bit more for young people. Right now, especially with the mental health issues that are impacting our community, if we could find our way to some of the monies if there's a savings anywhere. I know that last year we allowed for the swimming pool to be open for kids and for free and do some things. So whatever we could do, because not everybody can pay for some of the services, the programs that we offer. So if we could do anything with some of that money, because I know that's what that money's for, to help some of those underserved people and families that just don't have the resources. So just something to consider.
Yes, we can look at that, Councilman Rios. The funding that we're looking at, though, right now is non-public sector funding that allows us to build things with it, but doesn't pay for program types. But it may open us up with other funding that would allow us to go that way, that we're not using general funds for. We may be able to use it for something else.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
So I know that we're programming 400,000 for the commercial facade,
Correct.
but yet we only used 206,000 from those previous years. So is that a minus 206,000 or is that a 400 in total?
400 in total.
So would we be able to reduce that to 200 and then move that extra 200 into street improvements? Because I know there's a lot of streets in Southgate that need to be improved. Go ahead.
If I may, this program is a new initiative that will be markedly different than the other one that had some slow uptick. The other one was sort of individual projects might include a very large project that took a lot of time to put together as an application. It was, say 95% of the improvement costs would be granted. Took a lot of time to administrate. This retool program is way different. So what we're planning to do is we're just about a month and a half away from completing Tweety, or maybe even sooner. We're going to have a brand new Tweety, major investment, all new paving, new furniture, sidewalks all repaired. We want our businesses to have every opportunity to join us in that renovation. And so the concept here would be that we would break this grant money into smaller chunks. We're still looking at the amount. It might be 8,000 or 10,000. We have a lot of businesses that are doing great, have invested in the facades, and we're not talking structural. This other larger grant might be to, change out your whole face and reface your building with siding, or change out entire windows or something. This would be kind of the best bang for the buck. Do we have any of our businesses that maybe have fallen short, or we have maybe businesses that are vacant? Like in our code, we haven't been enforcing things like, hey, you have a vacant building, you've plywooded up all the windows. Although you painted it, that's not in our code. And it really kind of pulls down the neighborhood and the surrounding businesses that are right there that have invested. So our code, if we go out there and say, you need to follow our code, the business might say, well, hold it, that's going to be expensive. We want to have a smaller dollar amount to say, well, this is really your job, but here's a $10,000 match, maybe 50-50. We'll give you a list of the minimum you need to do, not the maximum. And we'd like to make it fast and quick and help. In this case, we could help up to 40 businesses along Tweety. The money will go quick. And we'd like to help enough to help everybody, and not in the old model, it was sort of like 3 businesses a year. This could help, there's tons of Tweety businesses that don't need any work, but for those that do,
There's a lot
we
that
could maybe
do.
get all Tweety done but we need probably the full 400 to see if we could get a big change. And if so, and we get inertia and we see that bang for the buck, we could look for funding for the next year to take on maybe Long Beach and move our way through the city and help everyone sort of rise up a bit. That's
Well,
the
I'd
vision.
like to make a recommendation. If that's the case, but yet come next fiscal year, that's not the case, then I would like to reallocate that into street improvements, because a lot of our roads, unfortunately, have a lot of potholes that need to be addressed. So that would just be my only recommendation on this one.
And I appreciate that. I think sadly, the one tough part is when we're looking at, I think 3 blocks is around 700,000. So the 200, as far as bang, it's sadly, we can certainly add it, but the amount of difference we're going to make is with the cost is
Here I'm
really tough.
seeing 4 streets. Imagine what 200,000 can get us. Maybe another 2, 3, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bart knows
those
better
4
how it's
streets
done.
are partially funded or almost fully funded by other funding sources. So that's just supplementing them.
I know.
Yes. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I would like to just say that anytime, I spoke to Steve probably 15 years ago when I used to take my daughter out to the park and hit ground balls to her. And he said, you see that sports center? It took an investment of a community to get that done. You see this pool? It took an investment of a community to get it built and get it done. And it always stuck to me that we're always going to have to invest into the areas that have the largest impact. And I agree. The park is one that is visited by, on the average, 5,000 people a day. On weekends, anywhere between 10 to 20, depending on the event that we're hosting. So when I see an investment going into our parks like this, yeah, I love to see it. The aquatic scoreboard, I went to a few swim meets. We have a great aquatics team, a nonprofit that is operating there. And we have some swim meets that attract swimmers from all over the Southern California area, all the way from Orange County up to Northridge, swimmers that come to our city to compete in our pool. And the one thing that was missing was this scoreboard to be able to have their scores be posted up high. The organization would put up a TV and they would do their best to make it work. So I applaud that. So I'm great to see that investment happening here. And really, the gymnasium divider, I think, is going to be a great help. We have a lot of programming that we like to do for young kids, for the small, smaller athletes that are in there. But we also know that they don't take up the entire space. So we'll still like to be able to have the open play on the other side. I think it's a great investment. So out of all, I just like to applaud the decisions made by the community advisory. And I think it's going to be a great investment to our community.
Thank you. Yeah, I also want to, and I'm glad to see the new tot lot. I think this is long overdue because it's in pretty bad shape. So I'm glad to see that it's eventually it's here and it's going to get done. And I'm sure the Gardendale, residents in that area, they're going to benefit from that. So this is great to see. So with that, what's the wish of council?
So moved.
Okay, we got a motion and a second.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado? I'm sorry, he recused himself.
He recused himself, yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Carol, thank you so much for the presentation, but also thank you to our Citizens Advisory Committee, because I know it has been a little challenging gathering everybody here, but I do appreciate their input. And again, putting our community first. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Okay, so with that, we'll go to item number 2.
Following the conclusion of the public hearing, the City Council will consider adopting a resolution approving and establishing a preferential parking district on Liberty Boulevard from Garden View Avenue to Southgate Avenue to prohibit parking between the hours of 5 p.m. and 9 p.m.
Okay.
Direct-
All right, great. Thank you. So that will go to, yes. Let the record reflect that Councilman Hurtado is back and out in the house. There you go.
Physically at least, okay?
City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. With this item, I'll pass it over to our Assistant City Manager and Public Works Director, Art Cervantes, for this report.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, the city has the authority to establish and regulate preferential parking districts. Under that authority, several have been created throughout the city. We've got 8 right now at this time. Tonight, you're being requested to establish one on Liberty. Residents have submitted a petition and that they've met the criteria to establish the district. We did get a 2/3 majority, which meets the municipal code requirements. The proposed district will extend from Garden Avenue to Southgate Avenue. Liberty is a pretty long street, but it's just that one block that'll see the parking district. Selected parking hours for permit only were from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Those are varying in all the preferential parking district. Those are selected by the residents based on what they believe is going to address the parking issues in their neighborhoods. A public hearing is required to establish the district, which is why this is before you. We've noticed and published the public hearing. We've also mailed it to properties within 500 feet of the proposed district. So if you approve that, the signs will be up within a 90-day period. So with that, I'll turn it over to the council for questions.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to open it to the audience. Anybody would like to speak on this item, please come forward. Anybody? No? Okay, I'm closing the audience section. Do we have any emails?
No emails, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Council, comments?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is really a choice of the residents, and our role here is not to deny a request that has been verified by staff that the proper signatures were collected. And our vote is just basically to give it its blessing. So I don't have any questions. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from council?
I just, if I can, or if you can provide an explanation of the residents, just by what you're saying, the residents pick the time that they want the preferential parking district to be in place. Is there any guidelines that the city provides, or is it just through them making the decision or discussion on exactly what time period they want?
Yeah, at the time of the petition, which is the first step in creating the district, the residents make the request for the district and they select a time frame. The parking issues that we have through the city vary depending on where you're at, right? So if you're adjacent to a school, your parking challenges may be in the morning or during school hours. If you're adjacent to a busy commercial area, you've got a different challenge. So these are selected by the residents based on what they believe they need to address their parking issues.
Right. So again, just to echo with Councilmember Hurtado saying, when residents get together and make a decision on, what they feel is the best option for their street and their block, I think, it is our responsibility to applaud that and say, hey, this is working out the way they have asked us to. So thank you for that explanation.
Okay. You have a question? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think this is a good opportunity to kind of let the community know that this is one of the tools that we have in our toolkit to in terms of dealing with the issues of parking where you can't find parking. I know residents, I know, but certain parts of our community are more congested and have issues with having the ability to park in front of their homes and so forth. So I noticed that this was one. It's been a while. And this is one that came up today, and I have a few questions. But I know it started in 2014 in March, right? It seems like the petitioning and so forth. So it's kind of so we're already in March. It seems that it took a long time. It looks like, or unless it was those dates are wrong. But that was one question. What was the rationale for the community getting together? I think that's on this issue. Just if you could give us some context, how the community came together, Arturo, in terms of this block on Liberty and decided to do this so that the community knows that if they live in the community, if they have a parking issue, that they can come. There's these tools that we have of different. They don't have to be the same. It could be a different way of solution that working in that block that they could come up with a solution. And then the other question I have is related to. Was it you said there's 10 parcels there. You said it's a big street, so 10 parcels, I would think that there were more homes in that street. But anyways, is it just the owners that decide that have one vote, or does the renters have any say? Give us some education on that so that people understand a little bit more.
Yes, so for your second question, the decision to establish a parking district and the petition is signed by the residents of the properties, not by the property owners. And so there's a distinction there because sometimes property owners don't live and they're renting. So it's the residents of that block that come together to make the determination of whether or not they want to establish a parking district. So it is the residents. The rationale for that, I do have my city traffic engineer here. I don't personally know what their rationale was, and we'll see if he knows. But generally, the rationale is exactly what I was saying earlier, is what are the parking challenges that are impacting your neighborhood? Sometimes it's schools, sometimes it may be a commercial area. In this particular case, do we know the exact rationale why these residents chose to create or to vote on a preferential parking district? And this is Mr. Jose Lorera. He's our city traffic engineer.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. The issue came about from these residents coming from work late in the evening that basically they didn't have any parking adjacent to their homes. So they were indicating that had to find parking maybe 2-3 blocks away to be able to secure a parking along the frontage of their property. So that triggered their request for a preferential parking district.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Any other question? No? Okay.
Motion to
Second.
support.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, so at this time, it's comments from the audience on anything that it's not in the agenda. And if there's anything that you want to speak on that it's not on the agenda, please come forward. And if you can please make a line on the side, we appreciate it. Thank you.
All righty, so we had two city council meetings where we had wave after wave of residents coming in here complaining, stating their dissatisfaction with the lack of security at Southgate Park. So clearly, has been neglected by our chief of police, Chief Arakawa, just hasn't been on top of keeping, Southgate Park safe and secure, that you have a whole group of residents coming consecutively back at, to meeting after meeting, stating that they want more security for Southgate Park. And if you look in our, the crime stats for later tonight in the chief's presentation, Southgate Park is number 3 is in terms of calls for service of the top 10. It's number 3, 293 calls. So what I want to suggest to the council members, why can't we do what Downey does? I've watched Downey City Council meetings, and what they do is they contracted an agency to supply security for their parks. I wish I should have written down the names. I have the names at home. I should have brought. Anyway, certain parks are contracted to have security from what they call off-peak hours, from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And so the question is, where are we going to get the funds to be able to pay for this? I wish I had an answer for that, but I just want to put that out there for the council members, that we should have an agency or firm doing security for our parks. And then the other thing I want to suggest to our council members, what Downey does for their parks have cameras. Again, I forget the names of which parks, but they do have cameras inside their parks. And one of the ideas that I suggested to Mr. Costi, that I'd like for us to do with the CDBG funds in future years is, and I don't know if it's even applicable, but we'll have to pursue and look into it. If we could use CDBG funds to pay for the cost of cameras for our parks, and not do all the parks all in one go, but you do one park a year, so that way that one specific park is properly outfitted with cameras. So this is something I want our council members to pursue, giving us proper security at Southgate Park. And so that way, this is, the chief has to safeguard our whole city, a population of nearly 95,000 people. So to have our police department babysit a park 24 hours a day, it just isn't practical. So the next best solution is to have an agency, a firm, do security. So that's what I want to suggest to our council members. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor Davila and City Council members. My name is Vanessa Guerrero, and I have been a resident of Southgate my whole life. I have a family and raised children here, and I'm very concerned for the health, safety, state of our city. I'm here to bring up the illegal truck yards that you are allowing to operate in Southgate, especially the one at 8530 Alameda, since the Planning Commission will be voting on that next week. Why have you allowed them to operate for years illegally, causing severe pollution while putting no money into the city? They're obviously paying someone on the council to continue operating this way, and the donor records show evidence of that. It is common knowledge among longtime residents that Southgate government is ignoring the needs of the people because of the corrupt business deals. It's beginning to look like the corruption cases all around us in Huntington Park and Commerce, and it makes it hard to be a proud Southgate resident. We don't want another corrupt situation like 205 Park, where certain politicians were here going to benefit from alcohol sales at kids' soccer games. People were asking about a recall for 205 Park, and they're doing it again now because your donor records and connections to corruption are showing us that you are not working for the people. It appears as though you only care about an issue when your job is in limbo. The city has said that the goals are to move towards sustainability and less pollution, which include less heavy industrial zoning. So here we have Engo asking to go back to heavy manufacturing. What is the point in that? Won't that cause neighboring businesses to want the same zone change? If one gets the change, the others will follow. The city was reversing heavy industry to make way for community benefits such as shopping centers, affordable housing, and colleges like ELAC and student housing. This was also promised from Engo at one time and has suddenly reversed. Why should these illegal yards get to have their way time and time again over the needs of the entire community? It is important to remember that we voted you in and we can vote you out. The quality of life for your residents is diminishing because of pollution, traffic, safety issues, and your corrupt operations. It is ruining our trust in you and our hope for the city to improve. It is our hope that the council would have a bigger vision for the people here. You should be looking at financial gains for the city as an opportunity to make improvement for us, but you're behold to corporations and special interests like Engel and Mr. C's. And it seems like you can't see past the dollar signs in your eyes to notice that you're working for a city with a lot of potential. The power is in your hands to make a better place for us. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, guys. I'm back. Good evening. I'm Jennifer Daly with the nonprofit Sail for a Better Tomorrow. I'm here again to speak on behalf of residents with a lot of people here in the back holding signs. Here to talk about the ongoing illegal truck yards operating at 8530 Alameda, 9313 Rayo, 4552 Ardeen, and now Ready Spaces at 5625 Firestone. It's a new one. The illegal operations in Southgate just keep coming, don't they? Next Tuesday, the Planning Commission will vote on Engel's illegal yard at 8530 Alameda. After that, the council will have the chance to do the right thing. The noncompliance notification states that Engel's activities must be immediately terminated. Will you enforce this directive? Why does the city continue to allow some businesses to operate illegally without permits, licenses, EIRs, or citations, while others are cited and shut down? These businesses contribute nothing to city funds, but seem to receive preferential treatment from you. Why? It appears there are some alarming city financials that need to be addressed. City officials have received donations from Martin Fierro, a Phoenix entrepreneur, a central figure in the commerce corruption scandal. Then there's Efren Martinez, a suspect in the Huntington Park Operation Dirty Pond scandal. Martinez also negotiated the illegal temporary use permit for 8530 Alameda. Mr. C's Towing has been donating to the council for years, and they're now being implicated in illegal business practices across Sela. With an F rating from the BBB, they're operating illegally at 9313 Rayo without permits, licenses, or proper signage. The Rayo property isn't even listed on their website. Are they operating there in secret? Additionally, the back parcel being rezoned is being used illegally, contrary to Rob Houston's statement that it's vacant. Golden Oriana, the dark money scam company out of Long Beach, has been covering up a huge portion of the council's donations. Hurtado, Rios, and Baron have them listed as their campaign treasurer. Why exactly would you need to be hiding your donors, guys? What you're not able to hide is that your business dealings are corrupt. You're hoping that the working class residents here won't have the time, energy, or resources to fight back against this. While I may not live in Southgate, neither does Rob Houston. I'm unclear why he serves as city manager when he doesn't even live in LA County. You may not be concerned with me since I don't vote here, but the residents of Southgate can. Many people here are struggling and feel sabotaged by the corrupt practices that allow businesses like the one at Alameda to operate illegally without contributing to the city's funds for years. I've met with many Southgate residents who are aware of the corruption here. It's become common knowledge, and trust in your leadership is alarmingly low. I urge you to do the right thing, enforce your codes, and be honest with yourselves. The funds you're allowing to slip away could be used to improve the lives of the people of Southgate. Thank you.
Good evening, City
Okay, hold on
Council.
a second.
Oh.
There is no clapping allowed. Yes, I mean, you can use your hands, but there is no clapping after a speaker speaks. Okay? That's first warning. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Joanne. I'm a cancer research advocate and a sustainable designer. Both my parents died from cancer, and I'm deeply concerned by the cancer-causing health crisis affecting Southgate that is ongoing. The water, the air, and ground pollution from the illegal truck yards, particularly in the Engel property at 8530 Alameda Street. The council is well aware at this point that this location must be terminated, as Mr. Crabtree stated in the non-compliance notification that Alan Engel on January 21, 2025, this location should have never been operating, and the permit was issued by mistake and expired in 2021. This property offers no financial benefit to the city, just major health risks and damages to the infrastructure. Excuse me. They offer no jobs, no sales tax, and very little property tax that have never received a citation despite operating illegally for years. Knowing the health risks and crisis they pose, why would you allow this? Beginning in 2000, the area around 8530 Alameda Street was a dumping site for toxic waste, contaminated soil, electronic waste, and oil runoff. The pollution issue is so bad that in 2018, the EPA conducted a study on 83 homes around this area to test for lead and arsenic. California's accepted level of lead for homes is 80 ppm or less, and all homes tested above that limit. 74 homes tested between 100 and 400 ppm, and 8 homes tested above 400 ppm. For arsenic, all homes tested above the safe limit, and 5 homes tested 136 times the safe limit. These are toxic substances inside Southgate homes that directly harm the respiratory, nervous, digestive, and reproductive systems and are known to cause cancer. There is a zero plan from the city to clean it up. By allowing this property to illegally operate, you are telling your city that you don't care about their health and well-being. You are putting your shady financial agreements before the people when you could be using the funding to properly clean up the contaminated zones. You are covering up this health emergency even when you know they are breaking the law. I urge you to immediately enforce your codes and care for the health of your residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item. Next speaker, please.
All right, good evening. My name is Gabriel Gell. I'm a proud resident of Southgate, and this city's been my home for 36 years. I'm proud to see the improvements that have taken place over time. The city used to be filled with industrial sites and warehouses, which over time been reduced and developed into positive outcomes for our communities, such as shopping centers, affordable housing, and now new college campus. It is devastating to hear that these improvements may not even take place in our lifetime. We were under the impression that the industrial use of our city was phased out for a better use of our community. It sounds like the city promised us one thing and is now backtracking to deliver something else, which has a negative impact on all of Southgate. We ask that the city stop going backwards in their development plans in order to keep their word. We voted you in to represent our voice and our existing needs in the community, not the needs of developers and big businesses looking to take over. I ask that you please do what is right for the people of Southgate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jessica Cianes, and I am a Southgate resident for the past 27 years. Like many of you, you guys made Southgate your home. When I bought my house, I looked around a lot to see where I wanted to raise my children. I found a place here in Southgate. I raised my 3 beautiful daughters here, and they attended local elementaries, high schools, and here in Southgate. They played sports in the local parks, and as well as me being an active parent volunteering in their education and in sports. 2 of my daughters are now professionals, and the youngest is attending San Diego State University. Now that my daughters are all grown, I have dedicated myself to my job, my education, and running. I have been running for quite some time. I am training for the upcoming LA Marathon. And so being that said, it is very clear that my children and my safety here in my community is very important. My ask for you here today is to please add bumps or maybe dips on Santa Ana Street. My home is in between Garden View and Cypress. On Monday, February 24th, about 6:45 a.m., a woman was struck right in front of my home. She was a 27-year-old mother of a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old. Whether it was an accident or a car speeding through Santa Ana, life was seriously lost, senselessly lost. I see cars speed up and down the street every day, including the bus. I have seen many car accidents throughout the years, but never anything like this. It has gotten worse over the years, and something needs to be done. I would like speed bumps to prevent cars from speeding, maybe dips, some stop signs along Santa Ana Street, maybe between State Street and Mountain View if possible. I would also like for the city to consider lowering the speed limit since 30 miles per hour is pretty fast on a school zone. It's not a nice view every day. I look out my window and see flowers and candles on the street. It was very traumatizing for us to witness such a horrible tragedy. I would like to retire and live and continue to live in the city of Southgate, maybe see my grandchildren grow up in the city of Southgate. But I want to continue, and I also want to continue running in the streets of Southgate, but I want to do it safely. Please help the family that lost this loved one, our community, and my family feel safe in our streets again. I have the family here as well. They also want to know why the city hasn't reached out and how they can help with the funeral cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening, Council. Nelson Hermosillo, 10135 Dorothy. I wanted to bring up a topic that was brought up a couple meetings ago regarding grants from the federal government. I think it was Councilmember Hurtado that brought it up. I want to make a recommendation to the council and to the city manager. If you have grants in the bank from the federal government, spend them. I firmly believe that the government's going to claw them back, and we're going to lose those funds here. On that same note, for future, I understand that we'll be hitting deficits in fiscal year 27 and 28. I recommend the city council and city manager to start taking a fiscal stance to trim the fat within the city, because I don't think it's going to get easier. The federal government is $36 trillion in debt. At this rate, they're spending $4.87 billion per day. To put that in perspective, in the time it'll take to get us to item 6, they'll spend the entire city budget. So the city goes bankrupt, the county picks it up. The county goes bankrupt, the state picks it up. The state goes bankrupt, the federal government picks it up. Federal government goes bankrupt, I don't know what happens. So that's my recommendation to the council. Start looking at the budget, penny pinch if you have to, because it's not going to get any easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Jesus Miranda, 8466 San Vicente. I've been asking many times for the last months about please don't let anybody park on the street on Firestone Boulevard, because it's a chaos to drive on Southgate. If you go Downey don't allow nobody park in the streets on Firestone Boulevard. And it's so nice to drive on Downey. This is a nightmare. And unfortunately, I'm surprised to see so many people today, because barely nobody show up. And myself, I'm going to be walking through my neighborhood to ask people to come, show up, and let them know it's council meetings. They don't know, and maybe they don't care. But please, I asking you, maybe some of you guys have fear to lose votes with those guys on Firestone Boulevard. Whoever support you, or if they support you with your political agenda, but please, don't be afraid of those people. Have more respect for the residents. They want to move up. And please listen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Nakaya Rambula. I've been a Southgate resident for, I want to say, 5 years already. My girlfriend, wife, was the one that got struck Monday, the 24th. I witnessed it. I want to bring into light that it's not the first time. I walk my child before that into Independence, and now I walk him to state school. The amount of times that I want to walk around with a brick in my hand because of pardon my language, the drivers that recklessly drive while I'm walking with my child. And now, because of someone like that, I lost my wife. 6 years together, cut short. I have a 3-year-old. I have a 7-year-old. I called. Help arrived late. They were able to get her to breathe. They got her heart beating again. Where was the ambulance? I don't know. This is not my first time that I've called 911 or I've tried getting assistance for the Southgate Police Department, and I don't get it until hours later. I don't remember the day, but I was once jumped, assaulted by 3 men. I called the police. They told me, okay, wait, we will send someone out to do a report. 2 hours in, my head started hurting, my adrenaline had left. My wife took me to the hospital. 2 hours into the hospital, I get a phone call from the Southgate Police Department. Do you still want to make a report? 4 hours. Why? I thought cases like that were important. Not only that, now I have to witness that. And I have to witness the fact that I have to wait countless minutes for something that I know is important. Someone's life was lost. Ambulance arrived. Normally, I know they're taken to the hospital. She was not. She was just left there. Why? As a parent, as someone that has lost someone, why is it that until something like this happens, no one ever bats an eye? I mentioned it to an officer once. I told him, what if it was my kid? The lady is walking free. Apparently, no charges can be pressed. How? So she can drive around again, hit someone else? By all means, right? By all means. Now I have to walk around, wonder, where's this lady? Peacefully driving around. Free. Why? Why?
Thank you for. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. Good night. My name is Sandy Sandoval. I'm a resident of the city of Southgate. My question is, what is being done to control homeless people in the city of Southgate? I see them more and more often around children's schools when I drop off my niece. It's kind of getting out of control. So I just want to raise a question. What are we doing? What can we do as a community? Is there anything the residents can do to help this out? I know it's a bigger issue, but I'm just wondering what we can do to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Mhm. Okay, then I'm closing the audience. Do we have any public, any emails?
Madam Mayor, we have one email that I received from Claudia Rivera. She wrote regarding the recent city council meetings where members of the environmental group raised concerns about illegal trucking sites. While she agrees with the need to address these businesses, she acknowledges that the city officials must proceed cautiously. She empathizes with the frustration from residents, but understands the process takes time and due diligence, stating that city must prevent potential lawsuits. Ms. Rivera also expressed trust in local officials despite occasional disagreements with them. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, City Manager, would you like to answer any of the questions that they were asked?
Certainly, and perhaps some staff can help out. One item that was brought up was questions about if you have a neighborhood that you'd like to investigate looking at any speed control measures, such as speed bumps. There is a process that Arturo could perhaps outline briefly, that in the city there is steps that can be done. It is on the website. But Arturo, do you want to just share briefly that process so people could be educated?
Absolutely. The city has a policy that allows residents to, or property owners to determine if they would like to put forth a request to install speed humps on their streets. Speed humps could be a solution, sometimes they're not, depending on, state requirements, federal requirements, and our studies that we have to do. But when residents would like to bring a request forward, they can submit an application and a petition, and if there are sufficient voters for that, we will do a confirmation vote. If that confirmation vote passes, then we can do a traffic study. The traffic study will then evaluate that segment of roadway to determine if speed humps would actually be safe for installation. If they are and the voters want to continue with that process, they would actually have to agree to establish an assessment district to pay for the installation of their speed humps. And if they do, the city will proceed to install them. I do want to stress that as the city engineer, like to leave it to our engineering studies to determine what the proper solutions are for some of our streets. It's unfortunate to have heard about the accident on Santa Ana. I am having the engineering division take a look at what are the what are the conditions of Santa Ana, and if there is any pressing safety issues, and if there is, what are the proper solutions? In some cases, the speed humps, for example, they could look like solutions at this point in time. I don't know if they are, if they're not, but if we've got a street with vehicles traveling 35 miles an hour as the speed limit, that would not be considered safe to put a speed hump. You'd imagine a car driving through there, not noticing the speed hump and flying over it, and it could be a safety issue. But at this point in time, I'm having the engineering division take a look at that street so that the engineering can guide us in a proper solution. But there is a process in place.
Thank you. Just additional conversations, briefly, concerns about the parking, illegal truck parking in the city. Know that there is a variety of facts behind each different address being mentioned, and the city has action going and discussions going on all the properties being mentioned. The Engel property on Alameda that was mentioned has been a point of legal discussion with the property owner. At the same time, they have a legal right to be able to submit anything to the planning commission to rezone if they want. It's the right to do it. We can't prohibit that right. So they're taking advantage of that opportunity to submit to the planning commission. It's up to the planning commission to listen to the pros and cons of that decision and make a decision. That's not something the city can stop. However, it also is, they've been made aware that that use is not permitted on that site, and there is legal action. We can't comment further on that piece of it. It was mentioned the Mr. C's towing yard on Rayo. They've purchased the property. They have the zoning ability to use the front part of the property. It has a split zone, back end not yet zoned for tow yard. The front area is. They're putting together a submittal to rezone the back part of the property to retrofit the fence, which is not quite meeting the code, and figure out their signage. So they're in consultation with the city. They've had discussions with the city. We've conducted limits on where they can use the park and remain in the front part of the property based on the residents speaking about them perhaps violating that agreement and parking at the other end. Certainly, we appreciate that information. We'll take a look. That's not the intent of the arrangement. But do know that we're in touch with the group, working with the group to make sure they stay compliant. And the third property that was mentioned on our Dean is a property that's been used for various types of storage for, we've checked our records over 20 years. So the city, I've been here only a year and a half, so not something I know all the history on. We did some digging on our end to see what kind of zoning or approvals are from way back then. We have not identified internally that all the permissions for that seem to be in place, but as it was so long ago, we are reaching out to the property owner to see if they have any correct paperwork, and based on that research, we'll be able to assess if they are indeed legal or illegal. So that's in process. So we're taking this, the whole concern seriously. We're working on it. If you're new to how some of these processes work, the rights of a public property owner, the legal steps, the research steps, the correspondence steps, it can take a lot longer. It can be frustrating to see, but do know that we're aware, we're working on it. we take it seriously. And that's an update on that item. Thank you.
Okay. And we also had a question regarding homelessness. Can you go ahead, Chief?
I can. I wanted to just kind of address the homeless issue because I most recently got an email just a few days ago. So homeless is a very difficult issue to solve. Like I'll give you an example. There's one individual in particular that we see quite frequently at Otis and Firestone, and we always see him. And the way we handle those individuals is we have an outreach team, group of officers that are trained, mental health professionals that go out there. And when we deal with homeless, they have to meet a criteria in order for them to be taken into what we call a 5150 if they can't care for themselves. That particular individual, unfortunately, does not meet the criteria. We go out there, we extend services. In particular with him, the city over the last several years has actually cleaned up his encampments over 85 times. And that requires us to do the posting, give them the opportunity to move his stuff, and we do it. One individual was responsible for about 85 cleanups. Most recently, 2 weeks ago, we had we worked with the county and a bunch of non-governmental agencies to do a cleanup in the riverbed between Firestone Boulevard and Imperial. The tricky part about dealing with some of the homeless on the riverbed is it's not Southgate property, so we typically don't go in and start cleaning up county property. There's consequences for a city, and we don't want to assume the liability when we're not even allowed to do so on county property. So what we do is we work with the LA County Sheriff's Department, the homeless HSA, and all the homeless providers, and we did a cleanup. And what the LA County is doing now is they're doing a project where they're looking for 6 months of housing for a lot of the individuals, and we're thankful that roughly 16 of them took the transitional housing for 6 months where they were put up in a hotel, and that gives the service providers an opportunity to work with them on more permanent housing. The day we went out there, with regards to the particular individual that I'm talking about, he initially agreed to go into those services and decided not to. We can't do anything with it. Homelessness is not a crime. It's blight. It's looks bad on the city, but it's our responsibility to make sure that we manage homeless in a way where we're not exposing the city to liability. For example, you can't just remove their property. You can't take them into custody. You can't send them 5150. There's criteria that we have to be met. We've done a very good job. And later on this evening, I'm going to talk about homeless encampment cleanups and our outreach efforts. The city has gotten some funding through LA County that we're able to go out and do deployments on outreach, and we're still working at it. It's my personal opinion that we're never going to solve homelessness, so I want people to manage their expectations. We're not going to be able to solve this, at least in my lifetime, but we're doing a pretty good job of keeping people where they need to be. And I think with the county's proposition for long-term housing solution, and long-term is 6 months when they actually get in a hotel room, gives them an opportunity to do a lot of different things and work with the service providers. I feel your pain. I understand what you're talking about with the, with them being in front of the schools. We are aware of it. I have a lieutenant that specifically is an expert, subject matter expert on that. She has all the connections to the county providers, and we do work tirelessly trying to solve that problem, but it's one of those problems where we have to make sure we're managing it in the appropriate way. I hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. All right, City Attorney?
Madam Mayor, there were a number of speakers that addressed this issue about corruption here at the city of Southgate. And I think that word corruption is such a dangerous word if left unaddressed, because it's easy to come to Southgate and disagree with the action of the council and say, well, they must be the product of corruption. And then for them to walk away, particularly folks that don't come to the council meeting, and say, well, they didn't respond back. They didn't say anything about the corruption. It really can't be left unsaid, because in my view, sunshine is the best bleach. And it's important to call it out when it doesn't exist. I think what has kept Southgate separate from other cities in the area is that this city has adhered very closely to what we call the city manager form of government. It is a city manager that oversees the department staff. It is a department staff that make recommendations to the city council. It is they who prepare the reports. It is they who review contracts. It is they who that go through the requests for proposals. And it is they, the staff, who then, based on all of that due diligence, come before the city council with their recommendation. In some cities, unfortunately, that sort of rigor, that discipline, that management is absent from other cities, and that's where they get into trouble. And so I think it's important for the public not to walk away this evening without understanding how the process works here, the strict adherence to the city manager form of government. What that means to the council is that these decisions then are brought to your attention. You review them out in the public. You invite public comment here. In fact, we invite more public comment on these items during our agenda meeting that most other cities do. We do not place a limit on the total number of minutes allowed for public comment as a group. We allow for 3 minutes per speaker, but there are some cities, the city of Los Angeles, where they only allow 20 minutes total. And if you get to speak, great. And if you don't, you don't. And so that's not what the practice is here. We also try to make sure that we provide an atmosphere here so that all views of the public are heard. Whether you agree with them or not, people have a right to come here and express their views, and we allow for that. And so I think it's important just to make clear that. And finally, I would say this, that, you know, the district attorney's office has a public integrity unit. If there was anyone here listening to this that believes that there's corruption, I encourage them to, they can let me know about it. They can also direct this to the district attorney's office, the public integrity unit. We do not have and have never had an inquiry from that department in the course of the city's history, at least since 2003. And so I think it's important to understand how serious we take this role and this accusation of corruption. While people are entitled to their opinions, at least they should understand the flip side of that story. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Attorney. Appreciate that. Okay. We're going to go ahead and do staff reports.
Just if we can address the issue that was brought up by one of the residents on the parking on Firestone Boulevard.
I guess the question would be the inside lane, the curb lane on both sides of Firestone is what I'm guessing, the allowing parking there. I do not have the history of that. I might defer to our Assistant City Manager, Public Works Director, Arturo, for
It's no
any
parking
background.
throughout the whole boulevard.
Yeah, I can address that. Some years ago, maybe 5, 6 years ago, before we completed construction on Firestone Boulevard, the configuration of the roadway was such that traffic could only travel on 2 lanes in each direction, and parking was allowed 24/7 pretty much. The city received a grant fund to improve traffic circulation, and as part of that, we envisioned converting the roadway to 3 lanes in each direction. As we worked with the community, there was a competing interest in what the community needs. On one hand, they need to be able to travel down the roadway freely or with less congestion. On the other hand, they like to be able to park on the street. The business needs were the same, and so what we ended up designing was a traffic circulation system that is very common throughout the city and in every city, which means basically when the need is the highest, we allow a 3rd lane to be used. So during peak hour travel, the 3rd lane can be used in a certain direction. And off-peak hour travel, when traffic is lower, cars can park on the street. So it is allowed to be used. However, only when traffic conditions are high. So that is how it's currently designed. Based on the past experience, I would not recommend that we limit that or we restrict parking 24/7 because traffic conditions aren't at a peak 24/7. And that third lane serves a purpose for the businesses, particularly when they need customers to park. So that's the history and how we got here and there.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. I just wanted to, from some of the comment related to the health risks, someone mentioned the carcinics in the area and all of that. That does raise a flag for me. I mean, I know we don't have the public health department here, but I think it's serious enough to at least, find out a little bit more. If there, I think there's a study. They should make that study available to us so that we could at least become informed if it is a threat to that part of the community. I think it's serious enough that we at least find out what we can find out. I mean, because it warrants that. And then the other thing, I just want to say that we're so sorry for the loss of the life of the gentleman that lost his significant other, and for the mother was lost. I guess we heard about it, but I don't know if the city could do anything. But maybe individually, if you give us the information, maybe we could help out somehow. If there's a GoFund or something like that where we can be supportive. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman Rios. Okay. Any other council? No? Okay, then we'll go on to reports from staff. Arturo?
Yes, I just want to mention that the construction on Tootie Boulevard is still progressing pretty acceptably. Right now, we're working on some of the latter parts of the work, like installing street furniture or what have you. On Monday, we're going to start a major aspect of work that is going to impact the roadway, but we're going to do it during night work, though. We're going to start grinding the roadway for about a 2-week period. And then sometime in early to mid next month, we're going to start repaving the roadway. But the grinding work is going to be done at night because it takes much longer to grind. The paving is going to be during the day, which is a much quicker operation. So that long-awaited work is around the corner. Thank you.
A question regarding the benches. I mean, and I'm sure you got emails when we all got emails regarding why the benches are facing the inside. I
Yeah,
mean,
so there's a good explanation for that, and it appears that way because the project is still in progress. What you're seeing is not a completed project as of yet. There are two types of benches, or there are benches that serve two different purposes. The benches that are for the bus stops are facing the street, and that is how traditionally it's done. The other benches that are not facing the street are the one for general purpose sitting. So in and around those benches, we're trying to create a community space. The benches face the businesses, and behind the benches and around the benches, we're going to have a trellis, and we're also going to have landscaping and shrubbery. So when the project is done, you're not going to see the back of a bench facing the street. You're going to see a community area where people can gather. What that also does, it's a safety feature, right? You don't want kids in sitting areas running around facing traffic and going into the street. So it's more of a community space. And so we wanted that community space to face the businesses and not the street. So what I'd ask for the public is to be patient. The project is in progress, a lot more work coming their way.
and basically it's a safety issue too, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Steve?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I've got a couple of things. It is March, which means Azalea Festival time. It's that time of year ago when we have our long-term festival for the city of Southgate. We've got a lot of activities and things going again this year. Our carnival will arrive on March 20th. That's a Thursday. We'll open up that. Friday is our art night at the park. Saturday, we'll have both our Miss Azalita and our Miss Southgate pageants at the park, along with an 8 o'clock fireworks show. there on the 22nd. And then the 23rd will also be filled with carnival time, car show, and a karate tournament. So a lot of things happening for the Azalea Festival. We also have some other upcoming events. Tomorrow night, we will have glow-in-the-dark pickleball. So if you like pickleball, glow-in-the-dark, could be fun for everyone. Come on out and see it. We do have an upcoming mom prom. We earlier had a tiaras and ties mother or daughter, father-daughter dance. This is more of a mother-son get-together that's coming up. We've already sold out half of that. And then the last thing is this weekend we will be having training for Special Olympics coaches. We have partnered with them for many years, and their coaches need to learn the different aspects of the sports they are teaching to our Special Olympic athletes. We host them at our park every year, and that will be this weekend. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
No items, Madam Mayor.
No, okay. John?
Good evening. Good evening, council. No, I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Chief?
I just have one item, if I may. I wanted to at least dignify the family that came out tonight to talk about the traffic incident that happened on the 24th. This evening, I'm going to be giving a report on the statistics from 2024 about the crime that's occurred in Southgate, and included in that report is the traffic enforcement efforts that we increased from the previous year, and it's just kind of shocking how many citations we issued throughout the year. When we have fatal traffic collisions, we kind of compartmentalize them into a couple different categories. First is we determine whether there's criminal culpability. For example, like impaired driving. If somebody's impaired, we'll do the field sobriety tests, and we'll hold them accountable. Then there's the other ones where there's just tragic accidents where the driver stops, they provide their information, we don't determine any impairment. But we still have an investigation that we conduct, and we'll be meeting with the family as soon as the investigation is concluded to go over the findings and the results. And I just wanted to at least give the family that reassurance that it takes a little while for us to conduct these investigations. It's just a terrible, terrible tragedy, but I will discuss what we've done in the way of enforcement for traffic, because that seems to be a big issue in Southgate, and we're making some progress on that. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. City Manager?
No further comment.
City Attorney?
Thank you very much. Nothing at this time.
City Treasurer?
No new comments or no new items to report, but I did want to respond to a comment that I heard from one of the members of the audience. The comment was made that public information is being withheld as it relates to campaign contributions. And it would be my recommendation, if information is required regarding campaign contributions, that the best resource would be our city clerk. Those records are public. So I would, recommend that versus reaching out to their individual treasurer that handled their campaign. All of those are public records and available at our city clerk's office. Nothing else.
Thank you. City Clerk?
I have nothing to report, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Avalos?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Reporting, I have not attended any meetings this month. I will be attending vector control this week. I want to thank the community that came out and expressed their thoughts and sentiments as to what we should be doing for the city. And again, my condolences to the family and that lost the mother, wife, and hopefully we'll be able to do something after the investigation has concluded. Other than that, that's it.
Thank you. Councilman Hurtado?
Yeah, it's unfortunate a lot of them left. I just wanted to say that I thank all the people that come into our meetings and express their points of view. We represent the people of Southgate, and all the issues that you're bringing up are important to us. And I've gotten emails, I've gotten calls, and I listen to the comments here, and I make notes during that time. And then after the meeting, I reach out to the city manager and staff, and I say, hey, this was brought up. How can we address that issue? and we look at the data that we have from previous meetings and things we've done in the past to address some of the concerns, I don't want people to think that, oh, we talked about this and we didn't take action here tonight, but that's not allowed. It's a violation of the law. It's called the Brown Act. And so sometimes people tell me, well, we brought these issues up. There were 8, 10, 12 speakers on this item, and you guys just ignored us. No, it's not that we ignore, it's that we're prohibited by law to address them. As the treasurer said, that our records on campaign contributions are available for everybody to see. If there was something that we wanted to hide, it wouldn't be in those records. And so the reason I have a treasurer is because the laws in regards to campaign contributions, they change quite often and they're really complicated and you really need an expert to do that. And, you know, there have been times where I'll go up and I'll say, here, I got this donation. And my treasurer will call me up and say, well, wait a minute, they gave you one about a month and a half ago. This will go over the limit. You're going to have to return this. Hey, thank you. If it hadn't been for that, I would have been in violation of the law. So what happens is that those experts keep us in line to make sure that we don't make any errors. And honestly, it's really easy to make a mistake. So again, that's why I have a treasurer, and they are bound to follow state laws when it comes to campaign contributions. But again, I want everybody to understand when you come in, you're welcome to come in, make the comments, we'll listen to it. I think at the last meeting, I actually brought up the issue that was brought up tonight about the accident that had occurred, and I asked staff to take a good look at it to see if there's anything we can do to address those concerns. But that's not the only location. There's so many areas in Southgate that have had so many accidents, but at the end of the day, is it really because it's unsafe, or is it because people are driving unsafely? Just this year in January, I think it was, right, when we changed, when not we, but the state of California started saying that nobody can park within 20 feet of a corner. But if you go out there today, you'll see all kinds of people right, not just within 20 feet, but right on the corner. And we've told people they can't do that, and we don't have enough officers to give all these citations out, but they are giving citations. And tonight, you're going to hear just how many citations they gave last year. You can't even imagine the amount it is. And so when someone asks, why are we losing those parking spaces? Why is it that we have to have those corners not allowed to be parked in? The reason is accidents have occurred. So it's the drivers that are causing these problems that are resulting in laws being created to prevent that. So the laws are created, and then people don't want to follow them. You know, we talk about, you know, people are talking about the tow company. The tow company doesn't go out and tow vehicles at random. They have to be called by our staff and told, you need to tow this vehicle out because it's in violation of this code. Other than that, they can pass by a car that's illegally parked and they're not going to take it because that's not allowed. So again, I say these things because a lot of times people will post something on social media and 20 people will go out and repeat that and then repost it, and then it becomes a fact. And, you know, we need to be careful with what we post. And when we read, doesn't mean that because you read it, it's true. But again, thank you all for coming in. We welcome your comments and your input, and it's taken seriously by us council members as well as our staff. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilman Rios.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you. I'll echo a lot of the comments that my colleague Hurtado made. You know, on the illegal truck yards, I mean, we appreciate hearing that information. It's kind of it's in a sensitive area, so we can't really address it right now, but we are concerned about what's going on. So we do hear you. So I just want to make that comment. Let's see, I just want to mention that I did attend a Wells Water conference down here in Anaheim, and I learned a lot about water and how important it is for the state, for the region, and a replenishment district in Orange County. This is the biggest in the United States, actually, where they processed water. But they also, what I wanted to highlight was there's Proposition 4 passed. It has a water initiative that passed. And so there's $10 billion and just alerting Arturo that, it's for underserved communities and to address water issues. So let's get, going on that. It's not out there. The funding is not out yet, but they're going to roll it out. So that's a good source of money that we could target for some of the issues related to our water here. And I hear again, and I brought this before, having to do with. Let me ask you, Arturo, is the Tweety, the lights, we synchronize the lights on Tweety, right? We made them so the traffic flows faster, right? But then there's delays, and I keep hearing people and complaining about that. Are they on a timer? Because
Tweety, there's Tweety Mile and then there's Tweety Boulevard. Tweety Boulevard runs from Alameda to Atlantic. The entire section is not synchronized through this new project. Some of them are on a timer, and some of them are on the new fiber optic synchronization system. The challenge is that you've got heavy traffic flows in both directions sometimes, plus the competing flow, it flows in the north-south direction. So to create an ideal free flow for everybody is usually a challenge, but what we can commit to is optimizing what is there. And right now, we've optimized what's out there based on the system and the conditions that we have, but we are applying for more grant funding to try to synchronize the entire segment from Alameda to Atlantic.
Okay, because residents asked me if we could do something, because I know there's certain times that we have more traffic flowing through and then it slows down. And that's where people get frustrated when there's no traffic, waiting for the light. So anyways, just if anything could be done, appreciate it, or we have to seek more funding. I just wanted to bring it up because they are mentioning that. And then Steve, I know we do a lot of good things at the park, but I know that the hot tub is a place I visit the pool a lot. I know we had some problems last week. I know that, residents get concerned and they approach me and say, why is it breaking down so much? And if we, whatever we could do because people use it for therapy and so forth. So whatever we can do to address it, I just want to make sure I brought it up. That's all.
I think it's old. How old is it? The water tub?
Actually,
the water.
the hot tub jacuzzi is only about 12 years old right now. It was replaced just after the pool was replaced in 2008. So
Was this mechanical?
it's mechanical, and as we've found out in a lot of things in life, it's parts. You can do a lot, but when certain things break, it takes a while to get those back. And let's tell the truth, some days companies make parts and then stop making parts, and they just want you to get something new. So we're looking for those parts still.
Thank you, Steve. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I wanted to ask one question that I think ties up with some of the lights and improvements that we're doing around in our main corridors. On Long Beach Boulevard, I know we've brought this up before, where we have new lighting fixtures that are put up, but they're still not lit. We're saying that the Long Beach project is pretty much complete. When will that portion be done, where the standalone black new lights that were put up, will they be lit? I know those are
This is the first time I hear that they're not lit.
Okay.
Those were installed and they're fully operational. If they're not lit, they may have experienced some vandalism, so I'll have staff take a look at that. But we did do a field check, I think maybe it was about a month ago, for other reasons, and they're all lit.
Okay.
So let me take a look at that.
All right, thank you. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to the improvements that are going to be done, completed on Tweety. It's something that our businesses have been asking for and our residents have been asking for. And I know there's that balance when we talk about traffic on Tweety, right? The businesses want you to drive slowly down Tweety, right? Because they want you to see their businesses. They want you to visit their shops, visit their restaurants. Residents sometimes, because we don't want to, we use it as a corridor, are really more worried about passing through it, right? So it's just that balance that we have to have, where we have to take what the businesses are asking of the area and also what we're asking as residents. So I understand that that's a difficult task. I did want to touch on one of the comments that was made by the public. Robin, I'm not sure if you can kind of give a little bit of background to it. One of the residents, I'm sorry, sir, I forgot your name, asked that, we were transitioning back to a warehouse environment, their potential of transitioning back. And I think that's a comment that was made based on the study that we're asking for it to be complete. And I wanted to touch a little bit, kind of like a general response of what that study is actually for and what we're going to use that to be able to do moving forward.
Certainly, Vice Mayor. So just help understand if that was generally the gist of it, the idea of what to do with industrial land use in the city has come out under discussion in the fall. Council made a direction from, looking at sizes of warehouses or uses. Should they be, is there potential to have larger warehouses or maintain the current status quo or have different industrial uses, different manufacturing uses? It's quite complex. There's a lot of moving parts. There's environmental impacts. There's traffic impacts. So the council directed staff to do a request for proposals to consultant firms to investigate industrial uses and get best practices, get concepts, as well as do the environmental EIR work that would go to show what the impacts are to help make a better decision for the future. So no decisions being made. The requests for proposal, I believe, are going to be closed. What day is it? The 20th is when the request for those proposals, they'll be reviewed by staff. A recommendation of that firm will come back to council. And at that point, council can direct staff if they'd like to engage that consultant. That'll be probably a 12-month process. So no decisions will be made. They'll gather all the information, help educate us all on the different options, with the opportunity for a report at the end of that for council to be educated, the community to be educated, have a dialogue about it, and then at that point, see if there's any changes to be made one way or the other. Within that study, it's also looking at, is there anything we can do to help stimulate the current zoning to different ways to encourage businesses to have more motivation to help fill some of those empty businesses on our major corridors on Tweedy, Firestone, Atlantic. And we want to look at best practices to see if we can do anything to help with that. We're also looking at the rail stations in the Gateway site right by Azalea and the future rail station in Hollydale to look at specific planning around those areas, what designs might be good to encourage maybe a transition around those centers from industrial to more of a mixed use, residential, maybe shops to support that rail station. So there's really a visioning going on with this consultant review to bring back a number of ideas for council dialogue and the community to really decide what are we going to be when we grow up. So it's really, the conversation is just beginning. There's no reversion back. There's not any decisions to go backwards. We do want to go forwards, but what path that forward path is to be determined, and the discussion's ongoing.
Right. And this study will allow us to have those tools to be able to have those discussions and see the true impact. So I hope that responds to your question. And I did want to touch a little bit about some of the comments that were made earlier. One of the things that I pride our city about is, in 2003, members on this council who are still here, stood up and fought for something that was of value. That we said Southgate, it matters enough to say we're going to fight that word corruption. We actually had it and we fought it. I was 20 years old at the time, walking the streets, asking for a recall to happen, making sure that, we held the people accountable for what was happening at that time. And I'm proud of what our council does as a group. I'm proud of how transparent we are with what we have. I've only been on council for 2 years, and I did not know what campaign finance was or the laws related to that. So I took recommendations and hired a treasurer, just like some other council members here, to help me navigate that. But I welcome any resident that has any question regarding my ethics or my contributions that were given to my campaign to come sit with me, pull whatever report you like, and I'll explain it. In my profession, I'm a financial crimes investigator, and I take pride in what I do. To say that, there's potential for corruption, I will say that it leaves me in a bad place because I'm very proud of what this council and what our city has done to get to where we are today. And I think that we have residents that have stood up and fought for this. I know, Mr. Miranda, you were part of that fight as well. I know that there's a lot of people here that were part of that fight. And because of you guys and because of the family that I've been able to build here in our community, I'm raising my 3 daughters here. I want to make this place the place that I grew up in, where the park was the place that I loved. The community was the place that loved me. I'm not going to ever say that I did what I have in my life alone. I did it because of my community. I had great coaches at the park. I had great teachers at school. And I had great people at home telling me what was right and wrong. And I'm hoping to do the same with my family here in the city of Southgate. And I want them to love it as much as I have. So I'm hopeful that that message gets across, that our city is far beyond what it used to be at one point because of the people, because of the people that are up here today. And I'm thankful for that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You had an extra
Yeah, I
question?
just wanted to cover on something that I thought somebody else was going to cover, but it wasn't. So I don't want to neglect the concern. The comment was about spending the money before it gets shut down. That is something that we actually discussed back in January when it was announced that all these federal funds were going to be held back. Tonight, I wasn't able to listen to part of the discussion because I was in the back. I couldn't participate. Legally, I can't because of an item that was on there. That being said, that kind of funding, it's the CDBG funding, is part of the funding that we're concerned is going to be cut. It's federal funds. And there's a lot of other funds that let's be clear. Our budget is $170 million a year. Our general fund is roughly about 65 million, and 105 million are grants that we get from outside. And we have serious concerns if those funds get cut. Yeah, we want to get them and spend them, but there are some things that tell us, before you get a check, this is what you have to do. So there's a lot of processes, but yeah, we're just as antsy as anybody else. We don't want those cuts to come in or things that have already been promised, and we've already made plans on spending that the federal government all of a sudden says, nope. First of all, California, you didn't support me. And before you know it, we lose money. I don't think that'll happen. I think they're much smarter than that in Washington. And but at the end of the day, though, we are aware of those concerns. So, but I want to thank you for bringing that up. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And I'm not going to repeat most of the comments that my colleagues said. But first of all, thank you to all of you for being here and bringing your concerns to us. Again, we always have said that we have opened our policies to anyone that wants to come and speak to us. So if you have any concerns, you can go ahead and make an appointment with us, and you'll be more happy than to sit and have a conversation with you. I am going to ask our city manager if you can reach out to East LA College, because I want to report on what's the process that it's going on right now with the East LA College, because it's just been sitting there. I want to hear it from the experts, and I want a full report, because I think that they've been sitting on the project for a while. What are the issues? We don't know. But I want to make sure that in our next meeting, we'll have somebody from East LA College so they can come and give us a presentation. And I know that we have the dean here, but I know that he doesn't have all that information that that they will bring us. But I think those are some of the things that we need to look into, because it's just sitting there. And this was supposed to be open in 2025, 2024, 2023, and they just keep on pushing the dates. So that would be, my request, to bring somebody. And also, if Chief, as soon as you find out or you let us know when can we reach out to the families of the family who had, lost the mom, please let us know to see whether there's a possibility that we can get a contribution for any funeral service. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break before we go on to consent, and we'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, can I get my, the other council member? Everybody's back? Okay, so at this time, we'll move on to consent calendar. City Clerk?
Agenda items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are consent calendar items, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, City Manager.
I do have some clarifying presentation information for item number 6 if you wish to pull it.
Okay, we will pull that item. Item number 6.
The City Council will consider.
Do you want to talk about it first, or do you want to?
If there's nothing else to pull, you could vote on those items and leave
Okay.
6 at the end.
Okay, council, do you guys want to pull any items? Yes. Yes, I am. Any public would like to speak on anything on this item, please come forward.
Hi, good evening, council members, Madam Mayor, to all my managers and directors here today. City Manager, how you doing? Currently, I am the president of MEA. I was just elected a couple weeks ago, so I just wanted to share something with you about one of the agenda items that you guys have. So currently, today, my association and the union SEIU would like to extend support for the users tax, utility tax initiative. We would like you guys to hire an experienced consultant and evaluate the need and the costs for a utility tax here in the city of Southgate. I've come to understand with talking to various sources that the lighting and the landscaping is still operating in a deficit here in the city of Southgate. We would like to stop it from eating continually at the general fund every year. I know that council members past and present have always tried their best to not pass additional tax burdens onto the residents, right? But with the current financial climate, that course of action may no longer be the correct financial strategy here. So I know, there's some residents here. Some of my associate members are residents here, been longtime residents here, and long-term employees. So I know it's hard to accept that. I know it's hard to hear that for people, but sometimes it's an eventuality. My association, like I said, is comprised of employees of the city of Southgate and residents too. We would like you guys to vote to have this initiative pass through, and we look forward to hearing a transparent evaluation from the consultant if this is approved. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Don't start the clock. Wait, I'm a bit confused. Is this item just 6, or am I going to be able to come in on all the consent calendar
On
items?
all the items.
All the items, right here. I can do it right now. Okay. All right, so let me start with 9. Okay, so universal waste systems funding for this, what is it? Community fund. Okay, so I'm not happy with item 9. So why is it that only universal waste systems has this community fund? I want to stress to council members, this should be applied to all these big franchises that we have here, whether it's In-N-Out, McDonald's, Burger King, Subway, Pollo Loco, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Jack in the Box, Chick-fil-A, Raising Cane's. I mean, why is it that only Universal Waste Systems has this community fund? I mean, they all should be kicking in, contributing, and having this fund apply to our Department of Parks and Recreation and our police department. I mean, the chief fucked up with not moving forward with that EOC back in 2023. He's late with that project. Who knows what other projects he has that needs to be addressed and funded. So I would like to see a community fund that benefits not just our Department of Parks and Recreation, but our police department. And going back to what I was saying about security for our parks and being able to fund those parks and have cameras for our parks. So I want to see a community fund for all these big franchises. For item 6, the utility users tax, again, you goddamn soulless motherfuckers. Finally, our city council members have woken up and taken their heads out of their ass and figured out that our city needs a utility users tax. Folks, I mean, really, this is how cities generate revenue. I forget which city council meeting it was, whether it was for the city of Southgate or city of Downey. Now it's a blur because I watched both council meetings. And I saw one where there was a chart and it showed how, one city got $4 million annually, another got 5 million, another got 6 million, another got 8 million, another one got 11 million. So this is annually from their utility users tax. What does Shitgate get? Zero. We get $0. This should have been implemented 30 years ago. Council members, you are 30 years late with this item. Imagine the amount of money our city would have been able to generate with a utility users tax. Now I'm beginning to connect all the dots and understand why our city looks the way it does. It's because you have no money. This is why you're so desperate for revenue, why you're so desperate with the Patata Street development, why you're so desperate for grants, because you have no money. This is how cities operate. This is how they function with a utilities users tax. Imagine if you had implemented this 30 years ago and the millions of dollars you would have accumulated. This is, we have a city-owned building next to this city hall of ours, the courthouse. You haven't been able to do a lick of work with it. What are the plans and designs going to be done with that? What, this year, next year? Does anybody know? You took $6 million from the general fund and you haven't done shit with it in regards to the courthouse. You could have been done with that project had you had a utility users tax.
Thank you.
Get it done.
Again, Jesus Miranda, 8466 San Vicente. About the item number 6, I was looking at how much you're going to pay for this consulting company, $114,000. Either city has a lot of money or city don't have money to pay for this study. And I want to be nice. I would like the citizens or the residents of Southgate knows what's going on, because everybody left, nobody's here. So I would like to do your best to inform the people what's going on. Either we have money or we don't have money, or what's the reason we pay more taxes. We pay the highest sales tax with Pico Rivera in the United States. And you increase the taxes with excuse to get more police officers. And we have way less police officers than 20 years ago. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening once again, Nelson Hermosillo, 10135 Dorothy. Want to speak on item number 6. As I'm going through the consent calendar items, I'm seeing a lot of items that are to the benefit of residents in the community. Number 6 is not. It's consulting for another tax. The last meeting, SoFi brought in a ringer to try and sell their license, to get a license approved for alcohol. In my opinion, the city's trying to bring in this consulting company as a ringer to try and sell this tax to us. At this point, I don't think we need the tax. I don't think we need to consult for the tax. I think the city needs to do their due diligence and make an attempt to balance the budget to find the waste and abuse. Mr. Barone, you're a financial crimes investigator. I'm also a financial crimes investigator, except I do it for the federal government. I investigate fraud, waste, and abuse. I can guarantee you every government has waste. City of Southgate is no different. We just need to find that waste and start being fiscally responsible with our budget. $115,000 for a consulting firm is ridiculous. $115,000 can be spent for mental health programs at the park, for a new hot tub, a new roof, park rangers to patrol the park, make it safer, more parking enforcement. Parking enforcement is going to increase our revenue. The $115,000 can go a long way. I think it's a ridiculous amount to be spent on a consultant. 10, 15,000, okay, let's consult and see if this tax is going to help us out. 115, way too much, particularly if we're going to be in a deficit 2 to 3 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'm closing the audience. Do we have any emails on this item? On
Yes.
any items on the consent?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have 3. The first one is from Claudia Rivera, and she states that she hopes the city attorney, city manager, council members will clarify the decision I'm sorry, she's speaking on item number 6. Clarifies the decision must be voted on by Southgate residents. She feels that Mr. Tom from the scanner page often provides incomplete information, which unfairly criticizes the council. She encourages people to look up the facts themselves rather than blindly following his claims. I have another one also for item number 6. And this one is from Roberto Herrera. He's a Southgate resident who writes to express strong opposition for the UUT. He argues that the tax would impose a heavy burden on low and moderate income residents and local businesses, which are already struggling with rising costs. Herrera questions the timing of the proposal, given the city's history of functioning without a tax, and suspects it is a response to financial mismanagement. He criticizes the lack of transparency in its city's budgeting process and urges City Council to focus on fiscal responsibility.
Thank
And then
you.
I have
One more.
one more, and it's also for item number 6. And this is from Mr. Nathan Cueto. He writes in strong support for the Southgate exploring adopting a utility users tax. He emphasizes the city's low tax rate and it struggles to compare to neighboring cities that have implemented UUTs. Southgate's current tax structure limits revenue for essential services such as police, parks, and public safety. He highlights the rising cost of living and city expenses, stressing that the city's reserves show to be kept for true emergencies, not for everyday operations. He also addresses misinformation about mismanagement, explaining that the real issue is lack of adequate revenue sources. He proposes hiring a qualified consultant to study and recommend a fair UUT rate, ensuring transparency and expert input in decision-making. He argues that the tax is it's a shared investment to maintain city services and improve the quality of life for residents. He urges the City Council to approve the hiring for the consultant. And in conclusion, he also stresses that action must be taken now to secure Southgate's future and protect their services. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so what's the wish of council? Council have any comments on any of the items from 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10? No? Can I get a motion to approve those items? Well, I'll make a motion to approve those items.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
I will be recusing myself from item number 5, no on 6, and yes
We are
on,
still bringing back item number 6.
we're bringing it back? Okay.
Yes.
Yes on 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
And Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes, on all of those except for number 4, I have to recuse myself because the I-710 might be within 500 feet, and I don't want to take a chance on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Rios?
I had a question on item number 7. Police chief, let's see, we have this IT support person, right? Can I ask it now, Mayor? Is that right now?
Yes, go
Is this
ahead.
appropriate right now? Yeah,
item
just
number 7.
yeah. I know because the police department, I know it has funding, right? Because we didn't fill all the positions, right? So I know you're asking for funding in the general fund. Is there? I'm just trying to understand that. I mean, because I know you have positions that haven't been filled. So is this and you know, just kind of understand the nature of this request.
The funding will be there because my IT person, there's only one person in the department. His last day is on Thursday. So you're going to have cost savings from his salary to fund this. If we don't have this position and systems go down, we're absolutely crippled. We need an IT person that can keep the CAD RMS going. We need our Axon body cameras. Unfortunately, this employee's been here for 8 years, just really turned around our IT program. But he got an offer at another city making exponentially a lot more than what he's making here. So I don't fault him for leaving. It's been in the works for a while, but whatever cost savings there is, I assume that'll pay for that
Oh, okay.
contract.
Okay, I just wanted to, because I know, yeah, okay, all right. That's all I wanted.
What's your,
I move to approve all the requests.
yes, so it's a yes. There.
Yes.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Yes.
Mayor Davila,
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I apologize. I need to recuse myself. Yes, but I need to recuse myself on item number 5 because it's proximity to my residence.
thank you.
Okay. All right. So with that, we'll go on to item number 6.
The City Council will consider A, approving an agreement with Tax CivX for $114,350, B, appropriating $114,350 from the general fund account 100-120-126101, and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement in a form acceptable to the city attorney.
City manager?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So before you have the results of a request for proposal process, so that for those that aren't in government, if there's an idea we have out there, we try not to just find a friend, find a consultant, and just call them up. We put a public notice out and say, here's the scope of what we're looking for. Can we have proposals? And then we take the proposals and make sure they match the scope we asked for, make sure they're qualified, and then look for the least expensive option. So what you have before you here is the results of that request for proposal. We had 4 total proposals. 2 did not meet the scope. The 2 that did meet the scope, were both qualified from a experience perspective, but as expensive as this contract seems, it's virtually 1/3 cheaper than the alternative. So we're picking the best the market can offer us for this service, and the market happens to result in a $115,000 proposal. So that just helps give a little background on how we go about finding these types of consultants. With that, I'll weigh into some of the basics here in the next slide, where it talks about what is a utility users tax. This is something, as has been mentioned, is in virtually all surrounding cities as a revenue generator for cities to help pay the bills, to pay for projects, pay for the costs of operating the city. It's imposed on utilities such as, and not limited to, electricity, gas, water, sewer, telephone, sanitation, and cable television. Usually, the percentages vary by city, but that's the gist of it. And then that tax is then brought in for the city to use for paying the bills of the city. So that's what it is. The next slide outlines just a small sample of surrounding communities that have this utility users tax already. You can see there's a big variation in the amount of percentage that they charge the residents. Cudahy actually has 2 different resident, non-resident rate, but the rest have a single rate that ranges from 5% up to 10%. And so this is generates millions of dollars at these cities that the city of Southgate does not have a utility users tax. So with that, that's just a quick comparison. But it just as one example to get an idea on the revenue generated. Downey's 5% tax generates $10 million a year. So that's the kind of volume that comes from those types of taxes, even though on an individual bill, it is still significant, but it can add up to significant revenue. In looking at a question of, well, doesn't the city get enough tax revenue already? Let's take a quick look at the next slide, which shows it's actually, this slide's a little outdated. The 10.5% would be the tax rate you pay on sales tax. But unfortunately, the city of Southgate only receives 2% of that amount. The rest goes to a whole host of other agencies that are not Southgate. So if you buy $100 worth of goods and you have to pay $10.50 in tax, $2 comes to Southgate. So it's still an amount, but it's not when someone says we pay the highest tax of maybe surrounding counties or less, but the percentage the city gets is nowhere near the total amount. It's 2%. The next slide shows, well, what about my property taxes? I pay a whole bunch of property taxes. This huge stack you see here is how they break down the property tax. I apologize for the small print, but in the end, the total amount the city of Southgate receives is 6.15% of your property tax. So if you pay, say, an example of $1,000 for property tax, $61.50 comes to the city, and the rest go to other agencies. So just be aware that sometimes if things look like high tax, there's a lot of mouths to feed, and one of the smallest crumbs that are left at the end is for the city of Southgate. The state and county mandate these charges. We don't get to influence those, and we're stuck with the revenue that flows from that. So that's just a little bit of understanding of all the other tax options that come to a city. With that, I just wanted to, comment on why would, say, the council and the staff recommend that we look into this. And I just want to clarify, this is not to put any measure on the ballot. It's only to investigate the options involved. So there's a whole separate step to look at putting it on the ballot, but to look at the options. We have a lot of financial needs in the city that other cities around us have this extra tool to help fund. We have both operational costs that over time creep up. As everyone knows, inflation goes up at a pretty high clip lately. That can be for the contracts we use, the cost of the asphalt for Tweedy goes up, the cost of everything we're using goes up. We have caps on property tax. It's capped in California at 2% a year. If inflation's 4%, the revenue we're getting from that 2% is half. We can't increase it. We can't ask for 4% to match CPI. It's 2%. So that's just an example of how we can start falling behind. In California, just in November, there was over 100 revenue measures put out by cities because they're all finding the pinch that the costs are not meeting the revenues. We're not alone. And so the city here, where's the shortfalls? As was mentioned before, we have a fund to try to fund our tree trimming, our median landscaping, and our streetlights called the Landscape Assessment District. It's $1.5 million a year in the hole. That assessment district hasn't been increased in years. It takes a vote of the people just to address that one issue. That $1.5 million then has to be funded by money that would go to other services. That's just one issue. In addition, we have infrastructure. Our streetlights, half of our streetlights are 50 years old or more. They're failing. If any of you are in neighborhoods where your lights are out for months at a time, we can't get the parts anymore. The estimate as of a number of years ago was $25 million to replace those failed streetlights. You might be concerned about the quality of roads in Southgate. A couple of years ago, it was over $100 million to catch up and fix all the roads in Southgate. These are unachievable numbers with our current revenue. Even, of course, we're looking for savings, we're looking for trimming waste, but the magnitude of some of these challenges are beyond what we're going to be able to find in those measures. Certainly, we can look to kick the can down the road and survive. I would say keep the lights on, but it depends what block you're in and how the street lights are doing to whether we can pull that off. But we do have some important financial decisions to make in the future. And the thought behind this is to get at least an understanding of how utility tax would operate in our city, see what revenues might be generated, see the pluses and minuses of it. This contract includes outreach to the community to do surveys, find out their impacts, their thoughts on it, and gather that information to bring it back for contemplation by the council to see if this is something they'd like to move forward on. So that's just a background of what got us to this point, why we're looking at this. And with it, the selection recommended before you is with a company called Team Civex. We do have a representative of the company if there's any questions. Thank you. But I'll quickly outline that what we asked them to do in the proposal is to do the research and financial analysis to determine what the right structure would be. The interesting part of a utility users tax is the biggest people that pay the most are actually industrial groups. If you use a lot of electricity or a lot of gas, that can actually be the largest revenue generator. City of Carson only has a 2% utility users tax. Their population's half of our city or less. And their revenue is more than Downey. they make well over $10 million because they have oil refineries and heavy industry paying the bulk of the share. So we don't know how the balance works in our city without an expert that understands this to see how that revenue might be arrived at. If there's a decision to move towards putting something on the ballot, they would help with all the pieces that would be required for that. Again, if the council was to decide not to go that way, we wouldn't pay for that portion of this contract. Of course, we need the bilingual parts of the education, coordination with community stakeholders, city officials, and then if it's passed, if we go forward that way, there's administrative support to put everything into place. So that's an outline of the scope. The next slide is just some points of the company that they promote and they say they're good at. And with that, I think that's just the last slide is the steps to how this could push through. Again, there'd be check-ins with council and the community to see if it's something we pursue. But this is just the starting point to see if we want to take on a consultant to give us advice and some research. And with that, I'm available for questions as well as the member of the company if you have any questions.
Thank you. Any council have any comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so, you know, both Maria and I have been on the council for almost over 20 years now, right? And every time this issue about raising taxes has come up, we've always said no. I think that one time was in 2008 when Measure P came along, and that's the one cent sales tax. But one of the most important parts of it was that at the time we had a 9.25 sales tax, and the state was thinking about increasing the sales tax themselves. Now, had they done that before we did, we would have still had a 10.25, but instead of getting 2% back, we only would have gotten 1%. And because there's a cap on the sales tax of 10.25, at least before this year, we wouldn't have been able to do anything. And that additional revenue would have been going somewhere else and not to the city of Southgate. So I wanted to give that as historical context as to how we've been always saying no to the additional taxes. Now, back in the 1980s, the city of Southgate was under 70,000 people. Now it's a little over 100,000. If you think about the additional people, the impact to the infrastructure has been huge. You know, parking issues, everything else, right? Everything you can think of. But we don't say, hey, we have too many people, you can't move in. You know, we just deal with it. That being said, these are things that impact our streets, it impacts the sewer. The sewer fund, we just recently changed that so that we're not in a deficit. I know the city manager touched on that briefly, but we were in the hole for over $700,000 a year, which means we were taking from the general fund, which is money that could have been used for something else, to pay for that shortage. And the last time it was changed was in 2010. So again, even though we saw that issue coming up, we always said, no, let's keep it like that. We have a good reserve. We're able to provide the services, and let's not increase it. But we get to the point where we can't let that happen anymore. He talked already about the street light and landscaping fund. What he didn't cover was when the last time that was changed. That was last changed in the late 1990s. So do the math. It's been 20 some odd years, 25, 26 years that we've not changed that. And that one has been upside down, as he mentioned, for $1.5 million a year. That's a lot. That's a lot of money that we're taking from the general fund. So it is irresponsible of us not to look at all the other options, because at some point we're going to have a deficit. Now, Mr. City Manager, can you enlighten us as to how much we have in reserve currently? I think it's roughly about 28 million.
28 million that's made up of a number of different funds, a portion of them available for sort of emergencies and others put away for things like vehicle replacement and the like.
That being said, we want to have those funds for a reserve. And the idea of how much a reserve we should have varies. Some people say at the low end, no, you don't want to be under 10%. Some people feel that the high end, nothing over 20%, that's too much. Well, we're not. We're there. I think we're at 16% of our budget, if I did the math right. So should we continue to allow that leak and not address it? The city manager did talk about the utility users tax in some cities. A comment was made about that. We're the highest, along with Pico Rivera and the United States. I'm not going to read all of these, but Alhambra has the same sales tax as we do. Arcadia, Azusa, Bell Gardens, Bellflower, Burbank, Carson, Commerce, Compton, Covina, Cudahy, Culver City, Duarte, Gardena, Glendale, Glendora, Hawaiian Gardens, Hawthorne, Huntington Park, Irwindale, Laverne. It's 47 cities that have the same sales tax as we do. But they have a utility users tax. I have the long list right here of what those are. But I'll just mention a couple of them. Alhambra, Arcadia, Azusa, Baldwin Park, Bellflower, Burbank, Calabasas, Carson, Claremont. I mean, the list goes on and on. Now, Downey, their utility users tax was passed in 2012. So they've had that utility users tax for many years. HP has had a utility users tax since 1989. Linwood has had it since 2008. Well, all those years, we've said no and no and no. But again, with the rising costs, can you touch just on a couple of things that are out of our control? I think like the health insurance and some others, and what the impact is?
Yeah, for instance, we have, of course, cost centers both on the labor side and benefits to the labor, as well as on the contracting side and materials. But just on the, say, the benefit package for an employee, healthcare is a piece of that package. And the costs have been remarkably high. Two Januaries ago, the increase was 11%, which resulted in $1 million additional expense to the city. This last year, it was 7% in January. That's way beyond, say, our 2% property tax increase or even the cost of living. These are costs that keep loading in without us being able to, get a sales tax, a new Costco or something to change that dynamic.
Yeah, and I bring those things up because I understand, when people say they're mismanaging the money. I know you basically, you touched on it briefly, but can you tell us because you've worked in government for what, almost 30 years, something like that, and about 7 years as manager. What's your assessment of here in Southgate, and what have audits demonstrated to you?
Yeah, I was new to the Southgate area, but I have been in both federal, state, and then city government over the course of 30 years in 5 different cities, city manager in 3. And in reviewing Southgate with that new set of eyes, certainly I see a well-run city. I see a city that does a lot with a little, has to hustle to find things like grant funding, millions and millions of dollars of grant funding to get things done. Tweedy Boulevard repairs are 100% grant funded. In other cities I've been to, they have enough extra revenue to pay for that over time out of their regular revenue. We could do zero road work without grant funds. Fortunately, we're getting them. As one person mentioned, if that starts drying up in the future, we don't have other tools to do improvements outside of those grant funds. So that's certainly a dilemma I see here. But I do see, again, great hustle with not a lot of funding. But I do see the fact that, things are lean. There's always opportunities for improving. But I do see the scale of, if there's a 3 or 4% savings that could be found, it's going to add up to a small number, but the scope of the infrastructure and the gaps that we're missing are so much higher. I don't see a pathway to address those long-term concerns without some other revenue source.
I asked also about the
Oh,
audits.
Yeah, sorry, and also explain, the city has received GFOA, which is the Government Financial Office of Audits. I've lost the acronym, but it's the industry standard for reviewing financial efforts. They give out awards to cities that do get their financial reports reviewed, and we've received their standard of excellence the last 10 years. So we have good quality finances here, as well as receive an audit every single year. And over those 10 years, we've not had any significant findings of concern to showcase that the city is managing their finances well.
Yeah, and I ask those things because, again, I understand social media. I mean, it's created an opportunity for people to reconnect with friends, stay in touch with family, provide information on services. But look, it's easy to say they're corrupt. It's easy to say they're mismanaging. But I always ask people, if that's what you feel, bring in what you know. You may know more than we do, and tell us what we're doing wrong so that we can correct it. We want to hear that. Well, it might be funny, but it really isn't. I mean, we listen to this all the time, that you're mismanaging. I welcome a very specific thing. Tell us what we're doing. That's why we have meetings, so that when we talk about these things, you're able to say, hey, this is wrong. You shouldn't spend that money. Maybe there's options here. And we do take those things seriously. So again, look, at the end of the day, I have confidence in our staff in trying to bring in the best that we can get for our community with what we have to work with. And again, I think we actually had a presentation not too long ago that showed that per capita, we are one of the lowest, if not the lowest, in taxing its residents. And again, maybe we can bring that up at some point in the future so people can hear this. You know, it's not like we're trying to tax more people. By the way, we are residents of Southgate, so whatever action we take that increases taxes, we pay that as well. It's not like, except for us, we don't pay it. It's just charge everybody else. It's for everybody. And again, it's not going to be whether we pass this or not. It's a matter of us getting information, making the decision whether we want to put this on the ballot. We can't raise this unless the people vote for it. And in all the cities around us, you have people that are putting these things on the ballot, and they're passing because everybody understands. I had a conversation with a restaurant owner who told me that he was concerned about the sales tax and that we shouldn't have it. And I asked him, well, what do you do now in your menu when the price of eggs have gone up? He says, I have to increase my prices. I said, but people here can't afford it. He said, well, I can't charge what I used to because it's too expensive. So you have to think of how we operate here in the same way that you do at your home. When your expenses go up, you have two choices. You cut on things that you're currently doing, or you find a way to bring in more money. And we've done all of that. We're trying to be very careful with how we spend money. And over the years, we've done a good job. That is why we're one of the lowest, if not the lowest, in taxing residents. So with that, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else? No?
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I do want to touch on a few things. The council here has appointed me as a city auditor, where I review the warrant register and our bill payments that go out on a biweekly basis. And in those discussions, we try to find ways to save some money. You know, we've had a history sometimes where payments were made late because of the way our system works, and we're working on finding solutions on ensuring that we don't have late payments for. And I mean, these are small dollar amounts that we're talking about, but we're making those strives to ensure that we have a system in place where we're being billed accordingly in a schedule that meets the criteria that we can make the payment on time and not to have this happen. And we're always going to be trying to find the best solution to how we manage the finances for the city. I would also like to add that, when we go out and make our contracts, we have a process where we send it out for bid. The contractors or the agencies are allowed to submit bids, and our staff goes through them, grades them, and provides us the lowest possible bid that meets the criteria that we have. These are all steps that we take to ensure that there is no mismanaging, that to ensure that there is no, worrisome of how we're spending the money. The reality is, like Councilmember Gil Hurtado has said, is we have to act as we do in our home, and we have to then kind of use that balance of our residents have asked us to really be careful about our development, right? Because we're already getting overcrowded. We're getting hard to maneuver in our city. You've heard people today discuss about making the streets wider or trying to find ways to move people a little bit quicker. So we have to take that balance and then the balance of development to bring businesses into our community, right? I'll give the example of the Chick-fil-A. Even if we had 20, 30 Chick-fil-A's, they still wouldn't be able to get us out of where the deficit is just on our street and landscaping fund. And that's worrisome to me. It makes me think that we cannot just develop our way out of an issue. We have to start thinking of ways to be able to generate tax revenue in our funds. And we only make money three ways: sales tax, property tax, and with our other general funds, enterprise funds. And I also want to kind of touch on that. When we talk about our sewer fund that we've increased, now this is an enterprise fund. In the perfect world, the cost of maintaining our sewage should be covered specifically with the fees that are collected. For years, that wasn't the case. We were offsetting that cost with general fund money that could have gone to other things. And when we start talking about, our street and landscaping, it's doing the same thing. It should be an enterprise fund that's generating enough revenue to cover the expenses. And at one point it was, but has everything gone up like it does in every household? Your bills go up. I don't know of a thing besides, well, maybe one thing besides the registration and the Junior Athletic Association that has been the same price for the last 20 years. I don't know of anything that has been that way. I think that's the only thing that I would say would be that way. So yeah, we definitely want to take a look at this. And what we're trying to do with hiring a consultant is, we don't want to just pick a number out of the sky and say, hey, you know what, 7, Downey's doing 5, Linwood's doing 8. Let's do 7, because maybe that might be the number that, it might not be the number that we need to get to. It might be 2, it might be 3%. It really is depending on this study to really identify what the revenue would be at what percentage, what exactly is going to be the impact for our everyday resident, our businesses, and then say, okay, now we have the information. How can we package this in a way for our residents to feel that they are informed and they're ready to make that decision? Because at the end of the day, it's not going to be up to the council to decide if we have our sales tax. It's like every other sales tax that we've ever had in our city. It goes to the residents. You have to make the decision. And then we have to then make the decision, do we want to invest more into our community? Or do we want to say, you know what, I'd rather cut things that we already have? Because those are going to be our choices. I look forward to having those conversations, because we have a budget meeting coming up. I want to say April, May is when we start talking our budgets. And I've been at the last 4, 2 before I was on council. And I was probably the only person here when we're talking about our budget. And that was scary to me. Every year I would come up and talk and say, it is sad to me that I am the only person here talking about our budget. And the staff goes around one at a time describing what they're going to be doing with their budget. describing what it pays for, what services they bring, and nobody else shows up. That's heartening to me. It's disheartening to me. Like I really hope that the people that showed up today for the trucking situation, for the liquor license situation last meeting, will show up for our budget, listen to what our departments are actually doing with that money, what it takes to run our city, and be informed and have input in how we move that forward. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Rios?
Thank you, Mayor. And again, thank you for those of you still here this late. Well, I think it's important to get the PowerPoint. This is the first time I see it. I think that has value for us. This is a very sensitive issue. I think it goes to the heart of a lot of matters. It's an education for me because, I think for a lot of people, there's a lot of variables here. So I think we're going to try to figure this out together, not, and as a community. Because look, COVID bailed out a lot of organizations. Even at the college I worked, if it wasn't for COVID, the American Rescue Money, we had a shutdown of our economy for almost 2 years. It impacted a lot of us. I know that I've been on this council a certain amount of years, less than some of my colleagues, but I know that I was hearing city managers in the past say that, yeah, you're spending more than what's coming in. And we know that. We know we had a cushion of reserves, but we were going to fix it. So I guess this is the time that we're kind of starting to be more serious about it now and see if we could educate ourselves and at the same time we have to be more frugal. We're going to have to ask more questions of our because if we're going to be asking voters to tax themselves, we also have to ask our departments to, we have to see how we manage this, right? To kind of make it work together. We're a community. So I think we have to kind of look at that. So being frugal and at the same time exploring this. I know that with the reserves are not the $28 million that are available. There's part of it is we can't touch it. And we know, so we have to, we know it's, and we only have a certain amount of years to get to that. We don't want to get there, when we go off the cliff or file bankruptcy like some cities have. I think that I have some questions related to the consultant, and I looked at the other ones. This one is a lot. Seems like it was well written. They have a good references and experience doing this work. The other ones were very costly. One of them was like over twice as much. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. But the question I have to the consultant is: does this get us to the November ballot? Because it sounds like there's another phase to this. Is there going to be more costs associated with this, or is this going to get us? If the residents decide to go with this, is this what it costs us, or is there more cost still on top of this? That's my question.
Good evening, council member, mayor, other
Can you
council
please
members.
state your name for the record?
Joy Coomer. I'm with Team Civics. I'm one of the partners in our firm. I've been working with cities and other public agencies across the state of California for over 20 years now, working on revenue measures, many of the cities that you mentioned, in fact, I've worked with. As far as the costs are concerned, we did look at everything that we might be doing between now and November. Should you be able to put a measure on the ballot this November, and that is inclusive of all the costs. It includes the survey, my services, the services of FM3 Research, a very well-respected research firm, and also a outside counsel to assist with the final resolution and ordinance going forward. Should the city choose not to move forward with November and look to next year, we would have to come back with additional costs. But this is all inclusive through the November election of this year.
Thank you. That helps. And then maybe another question related to the vote. If it was to put you on the ballot in November, what is the percentage of votes that it needs to pass?
So we would be considering a general tax. So it would be the 50% plus one. It would not be a specific tax, at least at this point in our early conversations.
So 50%, just the majority, just by, even if it's one. Okay, that's just, okay.
Correct.
All right, I think that pretty much, let me see. Yeah, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, since we're talking about utility users tax, I'm going to ask our city treasurer, do you have any comments or any questions?
You know, tax conversations are usually very sensitive with our community. A utility user tax is common, especially around surrounding cities. It's a way for us to really get the funds that we're going to need to be able to have the capital to continue to provide service well into the future and have the reserves we need to be able to thrive as a city. So it is important that we do look towards a professional to guide us through what the right percentage amount would be. This is not to, put this on the ballot at this time. This is not for us to decide today the percentage that we're looking at. This is to really have a professional come back with a report, give us the guidance, and then for council to decide how to best to move forward. So, I'm in support of moving forward with item number 6 because we do need the education, we do need the information to be able to make the proper decision as we look towards November.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. First of all, thank you so much for the consultant for being here. And I agree. I think we need to do something in regards to our budget. However, I don't feel, since I've been on council in 2020, I was informed we had $48 million in reserves. Don't worry, Councilmember Avalos, we're good. I started sounding the alarm back in 2021, 2022. We got to start curbing some of our expenses, looking at the actual numbers. That did not happen. We got ARPA funds. It helped getting a lot of the services to the community that were desperately needed at the time. So for me, I hear the community. My questions are, where is the money going to be spent? How much of it is it actually going to affect each one of our residents? I agree. We're not going to know those answers until we hire a consultant. So we pay the consultant $115,000. How much is the county going to charge a city clerk for a special election? Anywhere from $250,000 to $300,000. So now we're almost $500,000 just to ask the community, do you want to be taxed? It's a simple question. It's a yes or no. I don't need data for that. Exactly. But at the end of the day, it's going to go back to the community. Do you want to tax yourselves? Or do we need to start looking within and seeing how we're going to be able to balance our budget, but not on the backs of the community? Because a lot of things are going to be coming down the pipeline from different agencies. I can assure you on that. I sit on one of them. We're going to be going to the voters. And I don't know that our community can support any more additional taxing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And I hear everyone's thoughts and concerns, but I think this is the part where we need to make tough decisions. And unfortunately, we have to go to the voters, and they're the ones who are going to decide. So, when we get put here in council, we need to look in the best interest of the community. But unfortunately, sometimes, just like any budget anywhere, I mean, there are times that we need to tighten our belts, and that we're going to have to do. We need to tighten our belts, and we need to be frugal. We need to make sure that, and also when if this gets approved today, when we go out to the community, we need to ask them, what is it that they think that it's needed in the community? Because sometimes, sometimes, I mean, we need to hear from them, and we hear from them, I mean, when there's big issues. But again, we need to inform, and I think that's going to be that's going to be number one. Make sure that information that gets put out there is the correct information and not information that is given by a social media platform. And I think that this is where we need to be involved and make sure that the decision that they make is going to be them, our residents, who are going to be voting for this if we put it in the ballot. But again, sometimes, I mean, we need to make hard decisions, and I think this is one. But we need to look in the best interest of the city. What do we need to continue moving our city forward? And I think this is a big step. So with that,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to go ahead and make the motion to move forward, but I do want to point out that I totally agree with Councilwoman Avalos that we need to be very specific as to what this money is for. And I probably should have mentioned this earlier, and I apologize for that, but again, Maria and I were involved there. Your sister, Carmen, was involved in helping us get that through. I remember Joshua being there, and a lot of members of the community are city employees. And the idea back then, and we made it very clear to people, it was to maintain our services that we have, our city employees and our police department. And at that time, I think the message was out very clear, and it was passed overwhelmingly. It wasn't by 50% by one, but plus one, it passed overwhelmingly. I don't know if the city attorney remembers what the actual number was, but it was, okay.
I think it was 80.
I was giving you a lot of credit there, hoping you would be remembering, but I don't remember either, but it was passed by a lot, but again, and a lot of our members of our community were also out there walking, helping the message get out. Nobody, including myself, wants to pay. Look, I'm retired. I've got my fixed income and having to deal with additional taxes, but I understand the need for it. But again, I want to thank Councilwoman Avalos for bringing that point, but hopefully we can do that. Yes, sir.
It passed 74.4%.
74.
Yes.
74.
Measure P.
And that
74.
was huge. But we got the message out. And again, I think our concern is some is misinformation. And sadly, when somebody reads something and they believe it because they read it on Facebook, they spread that too. But the worst part is that there are some people that are doing it deliberately. They know exactly what's going on and they disinform people. And that's very unfortunate. But again, I made the motion to move forward on this.
Okay.
I'll make the second, but I just want to make a comment too regarding this, that it's important that the public understand that we're not voting to move the utility tax. I mean, all we're doing is going to explore, it's going to be an education process to inform ourselves, how much is an average citizen going to pay on their utilities? I want to know, because we're all going to be impacted. And then we know that there's a recession going on, a possible recession coming. So we have to look at everything. We're going to really, so this is going to be a partnership between the staff here, the council, and the community. And I think I just wanted to put that out there.
Right. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
No.
Councilmember Hurtado?
Yes.
Councilmember Rios?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron?
Yes.
Mayor Davila?
Yes. Okay, motion passes.
I want to thank our employees for coming in and supporting. Thank you so much. Let the folks know.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to our next item, which is item number 10.
Number 11?
No.
No, the time's
Not yet.
Item number 11, the City Council will consider receiving and filing a summary report on the state of the city as it pertains to crime in Southgate for the calendar year 2024.
It's actually item 11. Thank you. I said 10. Chief, I think this is yours.
Thank you. So every year I want to come to council and just kind of give you the Reader's Digest version of the crime that occurred in 2024. It gives us a good idea of where we were and where we want to go from this point forward. So what I'll first start off by talking about, next slide, please. The offenses that we're going to talk about are just very simply in plain language. The Part 1 offenses are more serious crimes that occur in the city, and the Part 2 offenses are the lower level offenses that we deal with. Nothing new. It's we pour out this way just because it's simpler to understand. Next slide. I do want to preface this conversation because we consistently talk about staffing. This year, or 2024, we increased calls for service, which is very high, 45,536. So before I talk about the stats, I want you to have a good understanding of our staffing levels because it comes up all the time, and I know I come here and talk about our staffing levels, and I want to put this in perspective because this is what we've been able to accomplish with where we are with staffing. Mr. Miranda had mentioned back about 20 years ago, we had a lot more police officers. He's actually correct. About 15, 16 years ago, we were at 96 police officers. Right now, Southgate funds 86 police officers. However, I'm down 25 officers, just so you have an idea of what we're dealing with. The 25 officers that I'm down include 13 vacancies. In addition to that, I have 9 police officers that are either in training or in the academy, or recruits that have not even gone to the academy. So they're not serviceable police officers. In addition, I have 3 other officers that are off on extended medical leave. That puts me down 25 officers. That's more than 25% of the workforce. So when we get calls for service, and surprisingly, or not surprisingly, our response time was a little bit quicker than last year. So we are handling business. As the city manager mentioned, we're doing more with less. We're going to need the help, and I understand we got to be frugal and our budgeting, but we're going to need some help because there comes a tipping point where our capacity is just come to a breaking point. But just to give you an idea of the calls of service that we're handling, disturbance calls, transients, close to 10,000 calls for service. Traffic is probably one of the biggest issues in the city. Traffic-related issues, not counting self-initiated traffic stops or DUI checkpoints or saturation details, close to 2,000. Welfare checks, we get them all the time. People call us because, hey, can you check up on this individual or go to this house? We haven't seen them in a little while. Grand theft autos, historically in this area, but we get a lot of grand theft autos, but it's typically like that statewide. DCFS, Department of Children and Family Services, in Los Angeles County, Southgate is one of the highest calls for service when we're checking on the welfare of children. Because we have a lot of schools in the city, they are mandated reporters, so any inclination that a child is abused, they call us, and it takes us to the schools to take reports. And then parking complaints. Next slide.
Let me ask you a question there. I don't see assaults.
I'm sorry?
Assaults?
We'll get to that in the other chart. So for 2024, there's about a 5% increase in crime. It's a little deceiving. You think 5% is a lot, but the numbers are skewed. Go to the next slide, please. So if you look at our crimes, we actually did, homicides are unfortunately hard to predict, but we went from 9 to 5. And I'm glad to report that of the 5, or in the 5 homicide investigations, 4 of them we had arrests that were made. So 4 arrests have been made in homicides, and we do a pretty good job of clearing those incidents. There was a 62% increase in rapes. That's basically 10 more than last year. And of those 26, 10 of them have been arrested and 18 have been known to the victim. So we do make progress on identifying. A lot of them we sent to the DA's office, but they're not filed for one reason or another, or there maybe not be enough evidence to to file a case. So if you can see how the number 10 would spike the crime 60% because you don't have, you're not in the hundreds of those types of crimes. With robberies, we went from, we have 3 more from the previous year, and then aggravated assaults went down 10%. So those are the numbers, council member that had asked for. When you look at the property crimes, we just had a slight increase on the burglaries, the larcenies, which is basically thefts. Remember, we were at the tail end of a time where district attorneys weren't filing those cases, but we have seen a dramatic shift in the philosophy of the DA's office. They're a lot more inclusive with the law enforcement community getting stuff filed, and that's a good sign. We've also, now, when I'm done with this, I'm going to invite Captain Arana up to talk a little bit about how we're going to address some of these strategies this year. Arson, that's kind of a big thing. We've seen a lot more arsons. A lot of them were generated from transient encampments, but that's a number. That's where you see the spike 100% when you had 10 and then you have additional 10 this in 2024. That's where you see the numbers increase. So there was roughly a 5.3 increase of crime. Considering the number of police officers that I have to staff in the field, 45,000 calls for service. We've done a pretty good job of keeping a lid on crime. Next slide, please.
I asked her to hold off on that because I had a question. In terms of like the aggravated assault and the homicide, I know that I've heard that some of those occur at the LA River with the homeless people. Are those included in there? So something happens at the LA River,
those are crimes that we take responsibility for.
Wow. And I bring that up because, yeah, there's a homeless issue. It's a homeless crisis. We've talked about that at length, but when you look at some of the numbers that are skewed, is there any number that you can give us as to how many are those?
I didn't come prepared for that.
I didn't expect that, and I apologize because I normally would call you in advance and tell you, hey, I might be asking you this question. I didn't do it this time. But yeah, I do know that there have been some assaults at the LA River, and unfortunately, those are added.
We document those, and just for a matter of practice, for example, if there's an incident, a shooting incident at an intersection that's shared with the city, we actually, and traffic collisions, we actually measure where that intersection starts and finishes from the cities, and there's times where collisions happen and we're measuring and we'll call a neighboring agency, this is yours. Sometimes we'll take them, some riverbeds and the railroad right-of-ways, we just assume those crimes as part of Southgate.
Yeah.
It's easier for us to handle them versus calling a county agency or a neighboring agency to come out. It just makes no sense. In the exchange, other agencies do the same for us when it's on the border. So there's an agreement there.
Thank you.
So calls for service. These are the familiar calls or locations from last year: Target, Walmart, Southgate Park. Mr. Dominguez did mention a couple years ago, or he did mention the security. When we had some ARPA funds, we actually hired a security company to handle the peak hours at the park. And I think we worked out with Steve on the months, and it seemed to be extremely, extremely beneficial because the calls for service went down that year. We just didn't have the staffing. There were not enough park security rangers out there. And I know Steve's down 4 part-time or hourly park rangers. That's a consideration moving forward, and it's probably a little bit more cost efficient from the cost savings from personnel we haven't been able to hire. But that has helped curb the activity at the park, because the activity that we've been hearing the last couple of council meetings, it's true. There's a lot of low-level quality of life crimes and incidents that we could respond to, but the priority is Part 1 crimes in the city for police officers. The warehouse shoe sale, the Sam's Club, Arco, a lot of it has to do with low-level petty thefts. So we're responding there a lot. High areas, Five Below, Path Villas, and Jefferson Sola. Jefferson Sola, as beautiful as it is, it's a little unusual because we do get a lot of calls for service there. But it is what it is. I just want you to get a perspective. It's not just one particular area. It's not area 1. It's not area 5. It's citywide.
What type of calls do you get from Jefferson Solar?
Neighbor disputes, those types of things. We've actually gone there on auto thefts, people getting their cars stolen, broken windows. There's vandalism. It runs the gamut. There's nothing in particular.
The Calden apartments used to be high at one point, so it's been.
Yeah, I thought Calden Courts would be on, or Calden Apartments would be on there, but it's not on. We still do go to there quite frequently, but it's not. They didn't make the top 10.
Okay.
So I want to talk about traffic. Hit that again, please. There's some numbers in there. Okay. One more time. So I did want to mention some of the traffic related incidents, and I'll just to be encouraging. We had a fatal traffic accident here not too long ago, and just a few days ago. And to give you an idea of how the district attorney is responding, we actually got a filing for vehicular manslaughter, DUI, stolen vehicles. So there's a lot of action taken on behalf of the DA's office. With impounds, 2,299 moving violations, we did increase our moving violations from the previous year. 2,400 moving violation citations is a lot of citations. And we're doing that because we want to make sure that we're impacting the people that are speeding. And if you notice, the top 3 moving violations are speeding, failure to stop at a stop sign, and then failure to stop at a red light. So there's a lot of activity there. Same thing with parking citations. I do expect parking citations to go up. It's cuts both ways. People love it because there's no parking. People hate it because they get cited. But to your point about the curbs and the intersections, we have a detail that's going to address that because that's a safety related issue. Those vehicles have a tendency to obstruct views when vehicles are going up to the intersection. And I think it's that law, the grace period on that law was 1 year last year. Now we're down to enforcing.
Are those curbs painted red already?
I'm sorry?
The curbs on the corners, are they painted red?
They're not, you don't need to by law. You don't
Oh,
need to
you
paint them. No, there's no, because then otherwise the city would be responsible for painting every single curb. It's 20 feet.
Wow.
Yeah, so I got to ask you a question about that. So if I'm driving, and this is a corner right here, I understand the 20 feet on this side because it blocks the pedestrian lane that way. But what about 20 feet on the other side?
It's 20, so it's hard to explain without a diagram, but you take the apex, the point of where the curb is at its peak point.
Right.
It's 20 feet from both directions.
Wow. And I wasn't sure about that one only because the visibility is not necessary on the other end. If I'm driving this way, this is a corner right here, and I'm making that right turn, the visibility here on the pedestrian, I can understand that. But on the other side, the pedestrian walkway is going that way. They're not blocking the view. That's why I didn't understand.
Well,
Okay,
if you take an intersection, you can't do it for one, you can't set back 20 feet without doing it on this side because it defeats the purpose, because then you'll only have one part of the street obstructed. So I think the intent of the law was to 20 feet back, just make it universal for that
for all of it.
intersection. And I understand it's parking's a premium, but safety is also more important. I hate to hear, residents come and talk about the death of their loved one and have, if there's mitigating factors that we can help, then I'm all for it.
I agree.
So we had some traffic collisions. We had 5 fatals in 2024. You can see those are the intersections, and I want to give you kind of an idea of what we did with those investigations. So the primary collision factor for some of those were DUI, speeding. Pedestrians, surprisingly, don't pay attention and walk in the crosswalks. They walk in the middle of the intersection. We had one where there was a MTA bus that hit a pedestrian. Unfortunately, that pedestrian was in the middle of the road. Speeding, unsafe turning, unsafe passing on the right for a bicyclist. So there's not any particular primary collision factor. It's a little bit of everything. So again, that's why we do these investigations and make sure that we look at how we're dealing with these traffic related enforcement actions. Next slide, please. So I did talk about response times. Last year was 4 minutes and 2 seconds, despite the staffing challenges and the increased calls for service. We're getting there at 3 minutes and 57 seconds, under 4 minutes. That's pretty phenomenal for us, for a city our size. And those are the Part 1 crimes. On average, and I know we hear this all the time, I call the police and they never show up, but non-emergency vehicle calls is typically about a 20-minute response. For example, if somebody calls and says, hey, I got a report of a house broken into, on average, we respond in about 20 minutes. There's some cities that take 2 days, and I won't even mention those cities. You call in violent crimes, I've got that from people and working in those cities, but we do our very best to get out there. We did go to a platform when we updated our technology where you can start reporting non-workable crimes online, and our website's getting ready to get launched, and we're going to put that feature on the website. So people that call us and say, hey, my phone got stolen and I need a report from my insurance. We don't work for the insurance companies, but we're going to direct them to the website to start filling those out online. That's going to help curb some of the calls for service and responding. And Captain Arral will talk a little bit about what happens if we deal with the resident that doesn't have a computer. We have an answer for that. But firearm seizures, guns seem to be a big deal. That's kind of a normal for us. 114 handguns and 25 ghost guns are manufactured guns that have no traceable markings on them. We still seize them, and those are guns, 139 guns that potentially could kill people out there. So our police officers and our gang units doing a really good job of handling that. I talked about the unhoused crisis, 49 cleanups and outreach deployments, and we really do a lot more deployments, but official deployments where we will get with either the neighboring agencies or county agencies, and we'll go out and do real meaningful deployments for services that maybe some of the homeless will be able to take advantage of. We went down from arrests, not too much, but with 1,699 arrests is actually a lot of activity. And then going down, our domestic violence or family violence prevention program, Laura Maldonado has done an outstanding job of keeping that program going and servicing some of the support groups and outreach presentations, and she's just doing a great job. And I touched on the community events earlier or later in 2024. I went down a laundry list, and I didn't have enough room on here, but we do a lot of stuff in the community because I think that our role isn't just enforcement. It really is connecting with the community. And you saw today when the community members from the Citizens Academy were able to get a perspective. That's part of what we do in law enforcement, is to educate them, to get them to understand how hard our job is, so that they'll tell the neighbor. And when they have the neighborhood watch programs, they'll explain, this is why it takes so long to get to calls. This is why it's not a priority. One of the ladies hit it on the head. She goes, some of these are important to some people, but it's really not important. Anytime you have to call the police, it's a tragic day, right? I've been the victim of a crime too. I felt like, so vulnerable. I'm a cop, right? I shouldn't be calling the cops, but I understand the feeling, and all these residents have a right to feel that way. But we do these community events because we want to be reachable to our community members. Next. Goals and objectives. I know we talked a little bit about what we want to do, and I don't like to throw so much on there that it's not attainable. These are very much attainable. Focus on traffic and parking enforcement. We actually started doing that. Recruitment of police officers and professional staff. It's not just police officers I'm losing. I lost 3 dispatchers. Losing a dispatcher is a big deal. Parking enforcement officers, whatnot. In the last 3 years since I've been the chief, I've lost 15 police officers to other agencies. 15. That's a lot.
Do they tell you why?
Well, a lot of it has to do with money. I mean, some of them can't afford to live in Los Angeles County, and if they live out in the Inland Empire or, Riverside County, housing's a lot more affordable, so they're going east and taking jobs. I've actually had 3 police officers that just resigned from police department work and moved out of state. It's just, it's not unique to us. It's law enforcement. LAPD's down 1,200 officers, and I think being down 20 officers is a big deal. Can you imagine being down 1,200 officers? However, the roughly in the state of California, per 1,000 resident, you usually have about 2 police officers. Southgate is 0.7 right now. We're doing a lot of work. So when we get those extra calls, people have to be patient with us and make sure that we're making sure that we have to prioritize our responses.
You mentioned the IT person that left, and you said they left because they got paid a whole lot more. I don't know if it's okay that you mentioned the number, not the dollar amount, but what they used to get.
Yeah.
How much more did they get on top of that? About
It's-
50% more? What I heard.
It's roughly 60 grand more a year.
That is insane. And
that is his responsibility is a little bit more, but $60,000. I can't blame.
big
I can't
bump.
blame a public service employee for leaving to make 60,000 more. I mean, I understand, but with us, that's a critical position that only one person has held for the last 8 years. When you lose that institutional knowledge, it's very hard to replace.
And I mentioned that because a lot of our employees who leave, they leave because there's more money elsewhere, and that's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
But that's my job as a chief, is to make sure that I'm a good boss and that we're supportive of our police officer, and we appreciate everything the council does to support the police officers. We may not be the highest paid, but we can be a good place to work, right? Provide them the best equipment possible, the best environment possible. Those are things that we work to keep the people here. Evaluating succession planning and leadership. There's going to be a big change in leadership here in the next several years, starting this year. So we're working on a plan and making sure that the council feels comfortable going inside for the talent. I don't think there's any reason to go outside for any position in this department. The talent in this organization is just amazing. I mean, we have college educated, highly valued employees that are in the bullpen waiting to take over these positions. I know I'm sure there's a handful of employees that will donate their time for me to get out of here because they want those positions. But I'm just very impressed with the education level and the talent level, and that's why I work with the command staff to make sure movement is frequent so that nobody gets stuck in one place. We're making movement with a lot of special assignments so that we're getting people ready, and there's value in jumping off floors of experience in different assignments, become a well-rounded employee. In fact, the sergeant's list came out today. Not surprised, we got some very talented people that they're up for supervisory roles. Evaluate the existing technology, and I've mentioned this before. We are the last city in the state of California to have this antiquated CAD RMS system. We just don't have funding for it. It's a couple $1 million, and that is the brains of the organization. Hoping that thing doesn't go down because it will stop everything. But this company, we're the last ones to have this system. I mean, we got to find $2 million to update the system to integrate all the new technology that we have. The system that we have is probably close to 30 years old. And then I know that Mr. Dominguez talked about me dropping the ball on this emergency operations center. Well, unfortunately, I didn't drop the ball. We wait on the government to fund it, and it finally got funded. In fact, we're getting to the stages where most recently, I think it was last week or the week before, we had to have a resolution sent up to Cal OES. So that's in the works. Working with Elias over at Public Works, that project is alive and well. It's a $1.226 million grant that we're able to acquire through congressional funding. It's a great opportunity for us to not use our city funds to fund this, but it's a good grant.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think we also need to highlight that we have also been asking for funding from our federal government, specifically for the ERC. So that was back in 21, 22, because I know that I had several meetings with our federal congresswoman. But at the time, that was not a priority. But I know that's something that we've all been working for and advocating for our community.
Yeah, thankfully, Senator Feinstein, when she was alive, her office and Senator Padilla were the ones that graciously allocated funding for Southgate. So, once it's all done, we definitely want to invite at least Senator Padilla to, see what he was able to help us accomplish. So I don't want to belabor this anymore. I do want to invite Captain Arana up just briefly. He's going to just talk about what we're going to be doing here in the future. We started moving on a couple different things where we think we can be effective. Captain Arana?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, city staff, public. So thank you, Chief, for giving me an opportunity to talk a little bit about some of the strategies that we have implemented already in response to the crime report that Chief Arakawa just presented. In order to reduce crime, I need my glasses. One of the areas that we're going to revisit is the increase of crime prevention, neighborhood watch meetings, and improve the information that we bring to our community. We really want to work on educating the public, our residents about criminal trends and what they need to know and how they can prevent such crimes. And the idea is to enhance communication so that we empower our residents to report crime, specifically crimes in progress. We also want to increase our business watch meetings. I think that we have to do a lot more with working with our local business owners and our big box stores in our city. As Chief Arakawa mentioned, larceny, it's one of the biggest areas of concern. So we're working with the stores to implement crime prevention programs. Believe it or not, I have met with the big stores, and because of their policies that are very strict, they almost cannot prevent crime as it's happening. And sometimes they know that someone comes in and they're stealing, but they're not allowed to make contact. And in essence, they have to allow the crime to take place. So we're meeting with them and we're coming up with solutions to preventing crime. We're working in providing education to their staff so that they can better help us respond when they call for service. We're working with them to, again, because of their policies and the psychology behind promoting their business, they put valuables out in front to where it's easy for people to come in and grab it. So we're trying to get them to put those high valuables in areas that are not hard to to be taken by criminals. Also, we're encouraging them to increase their surveillance systems so that we can develop better evidence for when we are able to apprehend and arrest people that are stealing. We're working with our with the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office to ensure prosecution, especially with people that are repeat offenders. Some of these larcenies that we were talking about involve people that are habitual thieves that keep on coming back to steal more and more. And so we have been very successful with the District Attorney's Office to be able to prosecute some of these people. We're working to increase our social media presence to bring information to our community on, again, crime trends and provide crime prevention information. In the next couple of weeks, we will be rolling out our citizen online crime reporting system. So basically, as Chief Arakawa explained earlier, people will be able to file crime reports online, and instead of waiting for a police officer to show up and file that report. A lot of times, because of we have to prioritize calls for service. If someone calls, like a gentleman explained earlier, that he got jumped and he called and it took 20 minutes for an officer to show up. Well, if it's not a crime in progress and it's basically a crime where we are going to show up and take a report, having this online system is going to help people like him that want to report a crime that is not a priority call. And this system is designed to help us with having officers out on the streets as opposed to having officers go take a report and then come to the station to file that report. So considering the limited staffing problem that we're having, this will be a very beneficial tool for our police department. We are increasing directed patrol efforts along the riverbeds and train tracks, and also started special patrolling our parks. I know that was a complaint that came in a little bit earlier, but those are hard areas to access, but we're making an effort to be there because a lot of these crimes are being committed by people that frequent those areas, specifically people that are experiencing homelessness. We will continue to rely on crime analysis to predict and prevent crime, to be able to deploy our resources in those areas where we know that crime is taking place in those locations. We will continue to enhance the use of technology. For example, our license plate readers. This is the technology that helps us identify vehicles, fleeing vehicles, or stolen vehicles after the commission of a crime. We're increasing and tracking convicted offenders, specifically sex registrants and arson registrants. We know where they are. We know where they live. So we're starting to do more of that, those home visits to make sure that they're not breaking the law. We will continue working with service providers to help transition homeless people into permanent or at least temporary housing. As Chief Arakawa mentioned earlier, about 2 weeks ago, we had a campaign that came out and we were able to house 16 people. To address theft committed by persons experiencing drug and alcohol addiction, we will be connecting these individuals with service providers to where they can get some counseling, specifically in the area of alcohol and drug abuse. And those are some of the strategies. I think that working together and having a coordinated effort will help us reduce crime in our city. Do you have any questions?
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
My only concern with filing a police report online is who's going to be going out there to validate and confirm that in effect it's a true crime. Because I don't want to hear later on I'm being falsely accused of doing XYZ, but so-and-so filed a police report and now it's there.
Yes. So this system is only for nonviolent and crimes where there's no suspect information. So I lost a phone. Somebody broke my window. I don't know who did it. those type of crimes.
So low-level crime.
Low-level crimes, correct.
And the system's set up to where if you start identifying people or if crimes are elevated, it'll kick you out. It's not set up that way. It's just low-level offenses, non-workable. We call them non-workable, like property crimes.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may add, those crime reports will be reviewed by the detective bureau sergeant. And so if that sergeant determines that, okay, that this is more than what is being reported, then it will be forwarded to a patrol watch commander, who would then issue it to a police officer to do follow-up and contact the victim to see if there's more to what is being reported.
Perfect, thank you.
You know, I went on a ride-along with you. And let me tell you, I had heard a lot about these ride-alongs, and I always thought, well, come on, man, it can't be that bad. All that, I thought they were exaggerating. I don't think I was in your vehicle more than 2 or 3 seconds when you had all these things appearing on that screen of things that were happening at that moment. And some of the things that, you know, my neighbor is making loud noises, my neighbor is, you know, and they're expecting the PD to go out and address it. Meanwhile, there's something else of more, you know, concern going on. And I think if people really understood, you know, they went on ride-alongs or they joined the police academy or they go to like some of the activities that you have, they'll have a better understanding. And, you know, I think everybody wants to report something that happened to them, but, you know, and they're expecting a response. And I hear people saying, I called the police and they never showed up. Well, what did you report? And then when they tell me, I said, well, you know, when you put it on a balance that, you know, I think it will take a long time for them to come for something like that because there's other serious activities going on. And so, again, I think if people just went on ride-alongs or went into, like I said, the police academy, there would be a better understanding. So I appreciate the kind of activities you put together. Neighborhood watch meetings, for example, are very educational. Thank you.
I also wanted to add, I forgot to mention this. I think the city attorney can attest to this. We've done a lot of work throughout the year where we've mitigated loss. Traffic collisions are down in the police department. We don't get use of force allegations. The body camera has been a great tool for us. 45,000 calls for service and you get less than 24 complaints, which half of them are unsubstantiated or not unfounded. That speaks volumes to the level of professionalism in the police department. It really does. And I think, you know, we talked to the city attorney about claims. You know, we're going to get it. We're in a high-risk job. But the goal is, with the command staff, is to make sure that our officers have the tools necessary to be successful, the training. I spent a lot of money in training, but we've been able to de-escalate a lot of incidents where you will otherwise see force. I'm actually proud of that as a police chief because I talked to a lot of chiefs about some of the things going on in the department, and we've just done a wonderful job. And that's a footnote. I think it's important that we're doing a lot of work with less, but we're also managing risks the way we should.
Okay, so with that, I want to open it to the audience. I know it's getting a little late, but thank you for the presentation, Chief, Captain, and Mr. Dominguez. Go right ahead.
Okay, there are a lot of great stuff here. Okay, so Chief, you mentioned 25 vacancies. Could you clarify for me, just patrol officers that are out in the streets, patrolling our streets, how many of those are vacant? Because does the IT manager count as a vacancy? Does the does dispatcher count as a vacancy? Oh, so 25 is just, holy cow. You know, we should, after seeing this presentation, I was thinking to myself, we should start calling you Chief Abracadabra. How on earth do you keep this department functioning with that number? I mean, 25, I mean, my gosh. And then again, we're a city with a population of what, around 95,000 residents. And that what blew me away was the number of murders, 5. How do you top that? I mean, less than half a dozen. So the 5 murders, is that the collisions? No? Holy cow, okay. Wow, that's even, okay, yeah, geez. Damn, that is impressive, geez. All right, so then the calls for service for Southgate Park, 293. Could you give us just a general overview? What are the types of calls that go to Southgate Park. Yeah, just what type of calls are that? And then the active shooter presentations, there were 0 for last year. So I would stress if you could have 2 a year, so that the officers are fresh, they're sharp, and they have that in them, because you want them to be sharp and prepared for just any kind of situation like that might occur. And then what is it? Hold on a second. When I was looking at the numbers, what I liked seeing about those numbers is that they look pretty stagnant to me. There's not much of an uptick with those numbers. And the last thing I want to end with is what was the other thing? Doggone, there was so much stuff in there. Oh, well, let me just say, give us free drugs, Chief. Give us our cocaine. We want our drugs. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, once again, Nelson Hermosillo, 10135 Dorothy. I'm a former member of the police department, and I left approximately 15 years ago. So I have some intimate knowledge of the department. I have friends there, both present and past. First of all, Chief, you're continually doing more with less. And as a city, we highly appreciate that. However, it's unsustainable. Tired police officers, tired dispatchers, it's a keg waiting to explode. It's unsustainable. And as he said, officers, dispatchers, professional staff, they're living for higher salaries. They're living for bonuses. I think this is the time where we dip into our reserves, where we use that UUT to give officers incentive to come and work for the city. When I worked there, a good number of the officers and the supervisors lived in the city because they love this city. Now that's gone because it's unsustainable. The salary doesn't keep up with the salaries of the surrounding communities. So I think this is where the city council should step in, give the incentives, bring the officers back before they start tiring out, before the 911 calls take 10 minutes to call. LA, 60 minutes to answer a 911 call. I don't want to see that happen in Southgate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No, I'm going to close the audience. And do we have any emails?
We have none, Mayor.
One? None. Okay. Chief, do you want to answer the questions about
The park issue, I think I've already answered it. There's no pattern in per se. It's just we get a lot of calls. The park gets a lot of use. I mean, it's a beautiful park, and it gets a lot of use probably right around 3 o'clock all the way till 10, 11 o'clock. A lot of people running. So people call for different reasons. If it's transients, and I know I forgot to mention this last time, but we get calls about men gambling in the park. We've gone out there, and we are not going to take action on men playing dominoes or playing cards. We're just not going to do that. So there's times when we go out there and maybe there's a nice chest. We'll deal with the alcohol, but we're not going to take action on men playing cards or playing dominoes. It's just and I understand that people struggle with that, but we do investigate those types of incidents. So it's a lot of calls for service or very low level. Fights at the park, in the basketball courts, at the baseball field, alcohol in the parking lot. There's no real pattern of any particular crime, but thankfully it's low level stuff. It's not, we're not going out there for shootings and stabbings. Every once in a while, we'll respond out there during the big events. We'll go out there. So you categorize those calls during those big events like the carnivals and whatnot. When you have a bunch of juveniles fighting, we go out there, but that's
right. And also, can you mention the incentives, not incentive, but the bonuses when we hire new and or lateral police officers?
Yes, that's still in effect. I mean, last week we brought on a lateral from LA County Sheriff's. You know, he's just the beneficiary of that hiring incentive. It's a great perk. I mean, they really appreciate that.
So we do have incentives for new officers and laterals. So
15,000 for entry level, 20,000 for laterals.
Chief, when you talk about, incidents at the park, we have multiple parks, right? Do you have, I don't want the breakdown now, but I don't believe you mean that all those calls are just for our main park.
They are.
They are? So how about the other parks? How do you keep track of those?
Well, we have them, but when I gave you the top calls for service, I broke it down in numbers of calls for service at a particular location.
Gotcha.
That's how that worked. We've gone to other calls, like Hollydale Park, they don't rise to the level, or you don't see the
Of the main
numbers
park.
that you would, Cesar Chavez Park, you don't see those calls. We still go out there, but they're not the high volume.
Got it. Okay.
Councilman Rios? you have-
Chief, thank you for the presentation. Captain Arana, thank you for it's good to see that. Just real, want to commend you on the good work you're doing with, the shortage of manpower, but it is concerning that, it does wear on the officers, right? I mean, after a while, so we maybe want to look into I know you're trying recruitment, but I don't know what it is, maybe out the box, think outside the box or something, because it's important that it could, like the gentleman just mentioned, you could only keep it, maybe that's part of why people are leaving too. It's just, having to do more time, more hours and, things like that. So something just to look at, but I got to commend you. This still, I think, I remember when Randy Davis, our former chief, used to say, this is, this kids, gang members from Watts and other areas come here, would bring their families to the park and go to Walmart, shop here because they feel safe here. And I think that this city, with the statistics, but if you look at Linwood, you look at Cudahy, some of these other cities around here, Watts on this side, you'll see that we're still, and I think it has to do with our police department that, is still doing a heck of a job keeping us safe. So I really want to give you credit, because I know I just read somewhere that we had a dog that just found some seizure, right? I mean, so that you didn't even mention. Did you mention it today? I mean,
I didn't mention it, but it was a pretty significant seizure. I mean, you don't see that much methamphetamine in one location. I mean, it was like 300 pounds.
So,
Something incredibly big, but our canine, Otis, was the one that found it.
Wow.
Okay. And I know
He's
that's
small
going to,
but feisty, right?
I'm sorry?
He's small but feisty.
Oh, yeah. That's what he's trained to do.
so I,
And just so so we're clear, I don't do the work. It's the police officers. That's why I have a meet with the POA and we talk about being flexible with the schedule and moving people around, because they're the ones getting the work done. So I applaud them. I think we have just a tremendous workforce, and I'm hoping nobody else leaves. There's nobody else on the radar leaving. We've got 4 of them that are getting ready to get off on their own. They're in training. We got 3 recruits getting ready to go to the academy next month. Have 1 graduating next week from Rio Hondo. Was a dispatcher from Bell PD. We're bringing her over. We're making a lot of moves. Unfortunately, it takes time, and California is very difficult. Their standards are difficult to hire, but I refuse to. I could actually fill my numbers tomorrow if you wanted me to, but I take my time because it's not just somebody that can pass background. It's the right fit for this organization. And that's why you don't see the claims come in, is because we make sure that we get the right people for this community.
I think also contributing factor is our community, because our officers engage with them frequently, and they attend a lot of the neighborhood watch meetings, coffee with the cop, and all the other functions that police try to engage with people. And a lot of people know our officers by name. And when you have that trust, and I think that contributes to the low numbers that we have. But again, it starts with the police department willing to be engaging with people in the community.
All right. And just to finalize this, if there are no more questions, I just want to thank you for a great job that you do in the department as a chief of police, and all the resources that you give your officers, and just allowing them to do their job. So I want to thank you for that. But again, take it to all your officers and all your clerical and everybody in the department, that they do a great job. We are blessed to have a police department, which other cities in the surroundings here, they don't have, and they do envy the city of Southgate. It doesn't matter whoever says something bad about the city of Southgate and how the city it's been progressing. I think we've been doing a great job, but thanks to having a police department that cares for the community and continues working with the community. I think that's key in, I mean, for any department to succeed and to just give a quality of services. It's working together, and we have seen that. So please do relate this, and I think that goes from our city council that we are very appreciative and thank them for the great job that they do and for keeping us safe. Because I mean, I do feel safe here in our city, and I can actually walk, my city and feel safe because I know that there is somebody out there looking after us. So thank you. And I know that this is a receive and file item, so
Motion.
a motion to
receive and
receive and
file.
file. And roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilmember Rios, Vice Mayor Barron.
Yes, and I'd just like to echo Mayor's sentiment. Thank you, Chief, for all of your efforts, and thank you to the police department. It is truly a partnership, and you can tell by the way they police our community that they believe that they are a partner in the success of Southgate. So, and I know that that comes from somewhere. So, thank you for the culture that you're building in there.
Mayor Davila.
Yes. All right. So with that, we'll move on to warrants. A city auditor.
The city council will consider approving the warrant register for March the 11th, 2025. Grand total is $2,089,309.21. Cancellations are 104,061, 104,79, 104,80, 104,8. I'm sorry, my eyes are crossing. 104,082, 104,117, 104,118, 104,123, 104,132, 104,137, 104,202, 109,333, and 109,351. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you,
City
Madam Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and open up to any member of the audience. The warrant register, just for the benefit of the people here, these are all the bills that gets paid out on a biweekly basis. They're listed on our agenda item. You are able to look and see every transaction that we make, and we look through them and review them before they come here to council. If anybody in the audience would have a question or comment? Seeing none, any emails?
No emails.
I will say that, I have spoken to Rob regarding, some of these contracts that have two different amounts listed. If they're paid within 30 days, it's one amount. After 30 days, it's a second amount. Those are the kind of things that I'm going to ask that our department heads, and I know Rob will have that conversation, that we really need to keep an eye on the agreements that we're making with these partners or these vendors, that 30 days just doesn't fit in our timetable to make these payments in time. So if we can be cautious of that, but I've already shared that information with Rob, and I'm hopeful that we'll be able to proceed in finding the solutions for those. What are the wishes of council?
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurtado,
Yes.
Councilmember Rios,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barron,
Yes.
Mayor Davila.
Yes. So
Motion
with
to
that,
adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.
Madam
Thank you,
Mayor,
everyone. Yes.
If we may adjourn in memoriam of the young lady that lost her life, whose
Yes.
husband came
Oh,
in,
yes.
though I don't know the
We
name.
don't know the name, but we
but
can get
if
the
we can
name,
adjourn in her
please.
memory.
And we can also add it into the records. Chief, if you can get that for us, please.
Yes, just. that's
No,
fine.
no, but you can give it to, just for the record. All right. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.